All right. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty, so let me repeat out because only some of you can read lips. Am I right, Stephen Claude? Neil Johnson, looks like you're the kind of man that can read a lip or two. Kim Derby, Sybil Yao, yes. Lily Lamb, Darlene Taylor, bottoms up. I see you there, Roger Shum. Hey, listen, Richard Dolan here. Good morning. I'm delighted to be here with you for the Limitless Learner 3-Day Summit, and oh my goodness, we've done it. Let's put our hands together, shall we? Let's put our hands together because we have made 3 days in a row. I mean, you got to just, first of all, just stop, pause, and revere in the idea that when was the last time you spent 3 days on you? When was the last time you went 3 days long doing something about you, your life, and your limitless future? Right, Lily? Right, Joanne? Right, Kelly? Right, Mary? Linda? Tammy? Michelle? Marcus? Patricia? I see you, Stefan, and Sarah, and Mark. I mean, the reality for all of you here is that let's just step back and truly celebrate the fact that you've been here at a time in your life when you need it most. So I want you just to do something for me right now. Just go into the chat room. If you're on YouTube, you've got the chat feature, and if you're in Zoom, because you're one of our VIPs, part of our inner circle, you can go down to the chat room and tell me the 1 or 2, maybe 3 things you might want to say that you have already gotten during the 2 days of the Limitless Learner Virtual Summit. Let me look at the board. Karen Davison, good to see you from Ontario. Adrian Brave from San Francisco. Hello, Germany and Los Angeles. Now, Arian says more focus. Monica Manai says confidence. I love that Monica Pham said, where do we go here? Where did it go? Where did it go? Confidence in my memory. I love playing with my confident self. I am limitless. Mindset is everything. I hear you, Denmark. Questions are the answers, says Anne-Marie. I love that. Clear little steps gives confidence. Narinder, you got hope. That's fantastic. Super motivated. I see mindset tools. And hello, Illinois. Motivation to improve on my negative thinking after listening to Dr. Leaf. You know what? Me too. I couldn't believe the things she shared. Who here would just buy thumbs up because it seems like a distant memory, right, Rob? Right, Ann? Like Dr. Leaf brought it, right, Joanna? I see you, Donna Maurer. I mean, what we know is, as Tricia would say, a limitless mindset, motivated for change and improvement, seeking the right answers by asking the right questions, says Donna Anderson. Motivated, sleep is important, right? I agree with you, Lynn Sharkey. Hunger to learn about speed reading and memory. Yes, Carolyn Mitchell, that's today. That's the 3rd day. And I mean, the list goes on. Oh my God, Lucinda, Lucy Valencia, killing ants. Who here wouldn't mind killing some ants? Oh my goodness. And it could be really unwanted in-laws too. You can actually replace the ants with in-laws. I mean, it actually works as well. Darlene Taylor, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, you slept last night for the first time in months, says Mary Figgins. Congratulations. Who here, by show of hands, just after the short conversation with Dr. Michael, found themselves sleeping a little bit more soundly? Just show of hands. I'm with you, and I agree. So, I mean, for all of the comments that you're getting, you got to know this, that you've just scratched the surface. I mean, for us, day 1 was about memory. If you all remember, you would write that down, memory. Day 1 was about memory. Day 2 was all about focus. Right, Patsy? I see you dancing. Focus, priority, energy, and what else? What else? Who can tell me? What else? Day 2, all about focus. Who's got it first? Let me see. Close, a system. Mark Limit, you got halfway there. That's right, mind management. Mind management. That was yesterday. So today we're going to be focused on speed reading. And I mean, at the end of the day, speed reading is one of the most inspiring things that anyone can actually, in fact, accomplish. And you want to know why? Because if you're able to move the needle on how fast you can move through new content, new information, and then actually retain it, you're well on your way of being able to, in fact, move the needle in other areas of your life. Does that make sense? Just give me a thumbs up. Just give me a thumbs up. So speed reading really is the beginning, right, Raymond Ortiz? Like speed reading, if you're able to pound through the books in which inspire you, but it remains shelf help and is not really truly self-help, right, Kay? Right, Tricia? Sterling, Magby, Donna Maurer, Humphrey, Ellington, I see you. So the reality here is this, write down these 4 terms. What I love, sitting where you are sitting, and I'm sitting there now, is I love the inspiration, first word. Inspiration gives rise to new information, Kay Boyle. And that is enough sometimes in this world of human betterment. But if you're not implementing then there's no traction for what you've learned, right, Kelly? Right, Laurel and Gwen and Eli and Gregory? So once you implement, you can then integrate. And write that word down and circle it, because today is about integrating. In other words, becoming unrecognizable to yourself, causing irreversible transformation in the way in which you are in your life, not just as a leader or as a mother, as a father, as an entrepreneur, as a business person. So for all of you, you're really truly getting the sense of what Jim Kwik has come to call the limitless mind system. And I mean, I got to tell you, we're all excited about this system. And we're excited largely because it's taken Jim 3 decades to really put it together. It's taken him $1 million of his own money to do all the heavy lifting, hard work, research, and data analysis. I mean, even all the people that we've seen thus far, and we will even see today, have not come on board and on his stage, your community, without him first being the first client. Does that communicate? Give me a thumbs up. Does this land for you? Like, he really is, right, Marcus? The test pilot, right? Crash or burn, you're going to learn, but at his expense. So what I really want you to know is that as a participant like you, I'm honored. I want to acknowledge 3 things. 1, you. I want to acknowledge you for the time you've taken, the distractions you've eliminated, and the presence you're really providing for yourself and for everyone else in the community to be here, because you are all clearly committed to being limitless. And right now, more than ever before, right, Monica Flame, we need to be more limitless than limited. Right, Barbara Klein? So you want to be more limitless. And if that's a choice, then you've got to commit. You know, one of the things about last night as we hosted the speakers before some of them headed out, I couldn't help but step back and look at Jim Kwik, who sat at the head of the table, quiet in his own elegant and precarious ways. And as he was observing the table of about maybe 18 of us, I couldn't help but think to myself, how awe-inspiring. Here's one human being that has combed through 8 billion options to curate the right group of people, dare I call his own special school if it were, of gifted people to bring them to his community, your community. And as I sat there and I thought to myself, as we were conversing, we were a community. And as we're a community, just as we are here, we are collaborating. And when you're a community that's collaborating, and I want you to write this down because note-taking begins now, you're creating. When was the last time you created something anew? New actions, new commitments, new choices. Make sense? Give me thumbs up. Thumbs up. That's the wrong finger there, Humphrey Ellington. I see you. I'm totally kidding with you in that library. So before we really begin and dive deep into day 3, your day 3 on speed reading, I want to take some time to really slow down before we speed up to understand that the Limitless Learner community is all about causing and creating for you the collaborative connections, not just with each other, but through Jim and his stable of thought leaders, published authors, top minds and researchers of our time, this time, your time, to be able to really learn quite quickly, not just what you need to implement, but what you can now integrate. And to do that, I want to just turn our attention to a real dear friend of ours in the community. You see, when we do these calls, when we start coaching, which is one of the first elements of the Limitless Mind System, courseware is one thing, and of course, conference is the bonus. But when we coach, we lean in and listen for the irreversible transformation we've caused and catalyzed in our community, and we celebrate them. So to do just that, to give you a sense of how we move the needle, I want you just to really lean in, drop everything around you except for that cup of coffee or boiling cup of tea, and I want you just to lean in, listen, and co-celebrate with Jim and I on just one example of what happens in our coaching community when things go right, when people follow the map. They fixate themselves on the vehicle, which is the mind, and they follow our dear friend, our brain coach, Jim Kwik, the guide. Let's take a look at this video.
Hi, Barb.
I have more of a statement than a question. I wanted to thank you on behalf of my entire family. I met you last July, and since then I have quick-eyed my life. I have lost 128 pounds. I start my day every day with cranberries and blueberries instead of bagels and cream cheese like in the old days. I have retired. I've gone off of I've done 26 medications in a mobility scooter and a lift chair. I now walk 5 miles a day. I do 10 minutes of cardio twice a day. And I have done the productivity, the quick reading, quick learning, memorization. I've become a whole new person thanks to Jim Quick. So I just wanted to take a minute to thank you and your entire team. I've read like 14 books. I'm a whole new person because of you. So I can't thank you enough. My whole family thanks you enough. Chemically, my physician checked me when I first began this. When I first met you, and I told him how awesome you were, and my metabolic age was 84. Now my metabolic age is 65. My physical age, however, is only 73. So you have given me not only a better life, but a longer life, and I can't thank you enough for everything.
I got goosebumps. That means everything. And I want to just I appreciate the thanks, but you did all the work. Like it's just amazing. So,
But without you, I could never have been motivated to do the work.
Thank you.
I mean, seriously. So for anyone who's sitting on the fence thinking, should I become a member? Should I stick with this? Should I keep doing these things? Oh, please keep with it. You owe it to yourself. I meet people in the grocery store. I remember their names. I know them when I go again. And I don't live in a super small town. Jim, I can't thank you enough. You have changed my life. I will be living longer. And now I'm getting my whole family on board. So they're going to live longer too. Big cyber hug. Thank you, and Jenna and Katie and everyone. So great.
You made our day, our month, and thank you. That means everything.
I mean, wow, right? Like who here by show of hand is moved? I mean, who here can see themselves in her declaration of a whole new life ahead? Like who here can actually really empathize and put themselves in her position where who she's become is unrecognizable from who she once was physically, mentally, neurologically, emotionally. Like I'm moved to tears, and you can tell in Jim's just knee-jerk response, he was too. And I got to just tell you, it's it's moving. When you think to yourself, you're doing the kind of work and making the kind of difference and the impact that matters for people. This shifts people's relationship to their life, handling their grandkids, hanging out with their loved ones, doing the things they love doing, whether it's a pastime, a hobby, or doing something new. Who here by show of hands believes the time is now to be just like that, more limitless and less limited? I see you. So to acknowledge the man behind the movement, why don't we stand up, get to your feet, as we know we committed to do, and welcome back to the stage the man behind these breakthroughs, the thinker behind the thoughts, the man responsible for being limitless, our dear friend, your brain coach, Jim Quick.
Ooh.
Look at that. That man, I'm going to switch spots with you. Jim, what an amazing thing for you to be listening to, not just from your social media and the posts and the things that people comment, but when you watch video, when you hear people's testimonials on the fly, on their phone, clearly with no teleprompter, no scripts, no prompting, it's got to move you to tears.
It does. Actually, some behind the scenes for our team. We have an international team, and maybe we could give a hand to our team who's making this all possible. There's a lot of moving parts. The team here at the studio also as well. I do want to say how we start out. We use a communication platform called Slack. How many of you are familiar with Slack? And we have a channel that's dedicated to these joy stories. That come in through social media, through emails, through voice messages, through all different ways, and we post them in that channel. And the prime directive before any of our team starts their workday is we read and listen to all those stories that have come in the past 24 hours, just to remind us, to connect us to why we do what we do. And so we do it, we're very, very grateful for you to be part of this. And yeah, does everybody have their book for the speed reading? Can I see your books? It could be ideally fiction, if you have fiction, but it could be kind of a lighter nonfiction too.
I see a lot of your books up there, by the way.
You could use this too, perfect. Oh wow, we should
Now, but I have to admit, Jim, the reason why I'm still staying here with you is that I've been hanging out in the chat rooms, in our VIP stages and behind the scenes, and I've got to say I'm empathizing with a lot of people and where they are. They've given up 3 days of their life to be here with you and your Limitless leaders because they want to be limitless learners and earners. And I understand where you're feeling, and I get what you are looking at. Like, wow, this is really overwhelming, that limitless mind system. And the first question I want to ask you, because we want to get some clarity for people as they continue to ponder the idea of joining the hundreds of others that took advantage of our offer yesterday and broke the portal. So we've revised it.
Thank you.
I know it's both funny but also haunting. But first and foremost, I want to read one of the questions from one of our participants. That 21-day course and 31-day course, what if I can't make it every day? What would you say to them?
So you get lifetime access to both these courses. They are my two favorite courses that we have. I recommend you go through the memory course first. I mean, you could do it at your own time. The great thing about this, it's only 15 minutes a day. You know, I really believe that little by little, a little becomes a lot. So, you know, we teach something called the Pomodoro technique. How many of you are familiar with the Pomodoro technique? Pomodoro technique says that you could keep your attention on average about 25 minutes. And then after that, there's a sharp decline. And you feel that, right? About 25 minutes is like the length of a television sitcom. After that, your energy, there's a dip in concentration. So we make all our modules less than 25 minutes. So it's very bite-sized. Because I find that for people to go through a course, they have to dedicate time. And it's not a lot of time, but it's still, you know, about 20 minutes. And so, yeah, you could do that at your own convenience. Anyone who enrolled in this, they get lifetime access. So you could, if you don't do it from a day from now, honestly, you could do it a week from now, a month from now, a decade from now. And you know, when I update the programs based on new research, you'll get that, you know, new program also as well.
What I love about what you're saying is that, you know, imagine all the books and the workshops you've attended, the seminars you've gone to, and all the other things that you've bought. But never before have they been built and designed by the very person who actually understands memory, retention, integration. You all get that?
Yeah.
So what I love is that we're not just trying to learn something new and become limitless, but the reality that you, in fact, are putting into these programs and coaching all the things that you teach. Now, how does coaching work, Jim?
So the coaching happens, it's a 6 month because our event is in about 6 months from now. And so we go live and the schedules change because we know a lot of you are in different time zones. And so we scatter the times each month. So I go in the beginning of the month, we do a 1 hour coaching. That one where you heard the recent joy story came from our most recent test. That was last month's coaching call. And so you'll join like you are here in Zoom. It's highly interactive. We go into breakout sessions and I basically, it's like hot seats. Whatever you're struggling with, I want to keep the friction low so you have momentum. So we do 1 hour call in the beginning of the month, and then in the later part of the month we do book club. And so we'll have a list of books in the community that we read together. And you could always check in to our community. Jenna and Faye and others in the team, they run book discussions, which I feel keeps you accountable. And I think that's very important. So that's the community aspects. And we have some amazing books planned. And when you do sign up, for those 6 months, you'll get access to previous book clubs also. So you get to see people like the New York Times bestseller of Worthy, which is an incredible book, Jamie Kern-Lima, who speaks at our events. She started as a Denny's waitress, and she ended up building a cosmetics company, which was amazing, and she sold it to L'Oreal for $1.2 billion. Which is extraordinary. And so that was just an example of one. We had Dr. Daniel Amen talk about active things that you could do for your brain health and so much more. The books you just buy on your own. Great question, Tina. So, yeah.
Well, and what I love about the fact that you are coaching and you've got community, and I want you to write these words down because it's some of your favorites too, it's remaining consistent. It's the continuity of the learning. Like you've been here for 2 days, now going to go on 3 at the Limitless Learner 3-day virtual event. And you got to ask yourself, if you've been able to do all this in 3 days, imagine 6 months with Jim and his Limitless Learners. Last question, and I'll get out of your way because we've got so much content to get to. There are some people who can't make it to the live conference in the new year in Los Angeles. what would you say to them if they can't make it?
So we're finalizing the details, and I just want to say, if you can make it, I promise you 100% that it will exceed your expectations. We do events different than most people do events. It's not even in a hotel like conference room or something that's more stale. No judgment, because I speak at a lot of these events. It's in the venue is I think it's important for the learning experience. If what we'll do, I can't promise this, but I will put every effort to make this possible. If you absolutely can make it, and I really wish we can, so we can meet each other in person, you can meet the other instructors. I think the entire faculty of Limitless Learner the past few days will be speaking there, as well as 10 other handpicked speakers, which will be amazing. We'll do the best we can to broadcast it. So if you can make it, we'll do the best we can to do that.
Amazing. Day 3, speed reading,
Yep.
your nonfiction book in hand. Let's take it away, Jim. Have a blast, my friend. Thank you.
Can we have a hand for Richard Dolan? Thank you, buddy. All right. Does everybody have a book? You need a book, and I really want to encourage you to do this exercise, because what we're going to do is we're going to start by we talked about, the value of reading. You are in that already top percent. You value learning. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. Reading for me is the top priority. I would go a day without eating before I did a day without feeding my mind something nourishing and insightful. I've mentioned, if you've seen me with individuals like Bill Gates or Oprah or Elon or Warren Buffett, whoever. We bonded over books. All right, you read to succeed. Even a happenstance, I was at Berkshire Hathaway, which is a Warren Buffett shareholder meeting, and I was in the mall, and he was there actually playing bridge, and I got to play, and I asked him this question. I was like, is it true you read still? And he's like, yeah, he reads 500 pages a day. And this is Limitless Learner, which has the word earn. And so I feel like leaders are readers. The average person only reads 2 books a year. The average CEO reads upwards of 50 books. So regardless, you are CEO of your own brain, right? You're you Inc. And kind of having that entrepreneur leadership mindset is very important. So all the values of what it takes, why reading is important. So we don't have to go over that. What I would love to do first is everybody on YouTube Live, on Zoom, wherever you're consuming this right now, grab your book, and we're going to do a quick exercise. All right. I want you to find where you left off in this book. It might be the start of the book, right? And you need a pen. So grab a pen or a pencil. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick reading test. And I want you to put a mark in the margin where you're starting. So just put a little dot in the margin of wherever you're starting right now. So everyone do that. And don't start reading yet. But I'm going to time. I have a countdown timer in front of me to keep me on, because we have an amazing guest coming on at the top of the hour that's going to help you change your limiting beliefs you have around reading, or your intelligence, or your own potential, or what you deserve, and help you perform better based on whatever you learn, right? So what I want you to do is I'm going to give you 60 seconds, and I'm going to ask you to read, but read how you would normally read. Okay, like honestly, if I wasn't here, you knew nothing about our work, just read as if you were just by yourself as you are reading. All right, don't start yet. All right, we'll stop on this. Ready? And just read normal reading and begin now. Just read how you would normally read. We're going to do it for 1 minute. All right, now put a mark in the margin where you left off. And what I want you to do now is please count the number of lines you just read. So I'm going to kind of give you a kind of a fast track. I'm going to teach you the fundamentals of speed reading. We do cover speed reading in the Limitless Mind program, and I'll address it also as we're reading in book club together for those who join the Limitless Mind system. And you could share if you like, and I've seen many of you doing that, how many lines that you read, if you like, in the comments in the chat. So I see anything from 15, 16, 17, upwards of 25. Oh, 51. All right, some of you are our students, for sure. All right, what we're going to do now is that's your base rate. Now, by the way, so in order to manage something, you have to measure it. Because I'm going to give you a couple of tips. It's not a training, right? We have a whole course dedicated to reading where we do it for 21 days to instill that habit where it becomes second nature. But I do have time to give you a tip, right? So I'm going to give you tips. But how do you know if it works or not if you don't have kind of a starting point? So these are your lines per minute. We're keeping by our shirts. We rotate them. So we have a merch company. We donate all the proceeds to charity. It's shop.jimquick.com. Also, for the raffle, for the giveaways we've been doing, it's going to be a mix of things: signed books, merch. So we'll probably reach out for your T-shirt size if you've won something, and our new supplement and other kind of brain fun things. All right. So these are your lines per minute. Now, reading speed is actually measured in words per minute, like typing speed, your words per minute. In order to find your words per minute, if you wanted to, every book is different, right? And the average book has about 10 words per line. If you wanted to just multiply 10 by your lines per minute, that's approximately your words per minute. Now, if your book is a little bit different, maybe if it has only 6 words per line, you multiply by 6. But on average, the average line in a book has about 10 words per line. And that would be your words per minute, all right? Now don't count lines. All right, sorry, let me be clear. If there's only 2 words in a line, that doesn't count as a line. So just kind of guesstimate. And so maybe you have half of a line here, half a line here, and count it as 1 line. Does that make sense? All right, to kind of give you a more accurate reading. In the reading course called Quick Reading, everything's quick confidence, quick focus, quick productivity, right? I hear this phrase every day, make it quick. So it's just like, this is the smarter, faster, better way of doing things. So what you're going to do is you have your words per minute. And most of you will have something in the neighborhood. The average reading speed is approximately 200 to 250 words per minute. All right, the average, on an average for an adult. And it varies. And I wouldn't use these numbers as indicative to like necessarily your reading competency, because some of you are reading more technical books. Some of you are tired. Some of you, based on your chronotype. And when we do that 90 minutes for those who enrolled with Dr. Michael Bruce, he's going to go through your chronotypes. So we'll tell you when to check email, when to write, when to work out, when to sleep, and also when to read also. Your reading speed could fluctuate. There's no constant, right? Because it depends how technical the information is. It depends your background information, like what they call your schema, your background knowledge on the subject. Like I could read a neuroscience book pretty fast because I just know a lot about that subject. And also, how energized and also how focused you are. If you're thinking about a lot of different things, obviously you're splitting your focus, you're not going to be able to read as fast, right? So just know that this is kind of gives you a mark understanding where you're starting. Now, and this, by the way, works for every language. So it doesn't matter what language. You could use books in your primary language, right? Okay. What I want to do now is I'll use the board here. Let me tell you how reading works. And this is what I wish I was taught back in school. I mean, think about it. Let me tell you the 5 obstacles to effective reading, and I'm going to give you some tips to overcome these obstacles. Now, I start with the obstacles because it's like the hero's journey. If you notice in Limitless, there is the stages. How many of you are familiar with Joseph Campbell's work? that every major movie, Star Wars, Avatar, Harry Potter, has this hero's arc, right? This hero's journey of stages, and part of it is confronting these obstacles. So we open Limitless after I talk about my X-Men story and my broken brain with the 4 digital supervillains, the 4 horsemen of the mental apocalypse, right? Digital deluge, overload, which is why we teach speed reading. Digital distraction, which is why we did focus yesterday. Digital dementia, which is the high reliance on technology to remember things for you. Like, think about it keeps your to-dos, it keeps your calendar, it keeps your phone numbers. I mean, how many phone numbers you could put in the chat did you used to know, like growing up? And it depends what generation you're in, but like all of them, right? 50, a lot, right? Lots. How many phone numbers do you know currently? Current numbers. Like, you probably still remember your own home phone number that you grew up with, right? Maybe, and all these numbers are less than 5, right? Not that I want to memorize 5,000 or 1,000 or 500 phone numbers, but it should be very concerning we've lost the ability to remember one number or a PIN number or a passcode or something we just read or someone's name, right? That's why we talk about memory. So that's digital dementia, which is a term in healthcare. And then I coined this term, the 4th supervillain, digital deduction. And digital deduction is saying that high reliance on technology, not just to remember things, but to think for you with algorithms and even thinking about how to get from here to there. There's a study done with London taxi drivers, and they analyzed their brain, and there were certain parts of their brain that were highly plastic, highly dense, because they would study all the maps, the streets, and the roads and landmarks of London, right, for years to take this test. And it's interesting. Nowadays, you don't have to. You don't have to exercise and activate your visual spatial intelligence. So that's digital deduction. Using a calculator. Why we brought Scott Flansburgh here, and he'll be speaking also in our event, and he'll do some amazing things and show you. It's kind of like a magician doing amazing things. Like, if you've seen me on stage memorize 100 people's names or 100 words, 100 numbers, but the difference is pull back the curtain and we show you the method behind the magic, right? And but just like the other day we were out, it was 10 of us, and they wanted to split the bill, and 3 people took out their phones to divide the bill by 10. All right, I don't know if Scott's watching this, or he's in the other room right now, but that's digital deduction. We're so dependent on technology to think, and it's use it or lose it. I just want to remind you that your brain is like a muscle. It gets stronger with use, but it's a form of technology, and technology is not good or bad. Like, fire is a form of technology. It could cook your food, or fire can what? Burn down your home. It's just how it's applied. And so it's like if your apartment or office was on the 5th floor, technology is like an elevator or a lift, and it makes your life very convenient. But then you don't get the steps up the stairs. If you take your car to go 8 blocks to go to the post office or the bank, wonderfully convenient. The car is a technology, but we don't get our steps in, which is so good for your brain. And we have one of the top fitness experts speaking at our conference, at your graduation conference, specifically exercise for the brain, which is going to, that I feel like alone would be amazing. All right, so the idea here is you want to use your brain as much as possible so it doesn't get weak, it doesn't atrophy. And it's one of the best ways of staving off brain aging challenges, just like physical. You keep physically active, it's a great way of staving off physical challenges as we grow older. So I'm going to start with the obstacles in no particular order. Number one obstacle, lack of education. And that's kind of obvious, but reading is a skill, right? It's not something nobody here was born and then went out in the waiting room and just started reading magazines, right? It's a skill that's learned. But the challenge is, how old were you? Put it in the chat. How old were you the last time you took a class called reading? Not like a college literature class, but a class called reading. How old were you? 6, 5, 7? So can we agree that the difficulty and the demand has increased a lot in terms of your reading needs? But how we read it is still that of a 5, 6, 7-year-old. And that growing gap creates something called information anxiety. higher blood pressure, compression of leisure time, more sleeplessness. You know, for those who employ individuals, it's the largest line item for any business is payroll, right? Is human capital. The average person in their job reads about 4 hours a day. You're reading research, you're catching up on emails, social media, whatever you're reading, newspapers, magazines, books, whatever. 4 hours a day, processing information, reports, proposals, whatever you're reading. 4 hours a day. That means half of someone's salary is being paid to read. Right? So if someone's getting paid $50,000, they're being paid $25,000 just to read, something ubiquitous. So if you double your reading speed, you say, you know, you're even more employable. Like when you go through this and put this even on your resume, that you've gone through, you know, our courses. And I've trained teachers in the top education systems in South Korea and around the world. In Finland, right? They take a personal interest because nobody teaches in school how to learn. It's just what to learn. Math, history, science, Spanish, but no classes on how to learn. So lack of education. So we're going to upgrade that today. Second one is a big one. Number 2, lack of the F word, focus. How many of you have trouble focusing when you read? Will that slow you down? Will that affect your comprehension and your retention? Of course, right? And I'll share with you what the real key for focus is, because again, we have students in our quick reading program in every country in the world, so we get a lot of feedback. If I asked you to read faster, what do you think your comprehension, what would happen to your comprehension? Put it in the chat on YouTube Live, in VIP Zoom. What would happen to your comprehension if I asked you to read faster? Everyone says less, it'd go down, decrease, right? In actuality, because we have so much data, the fastest readers generally have better comprehension. So I want you to take that in, because I'm about to teach you how to read faster, but if your mindset, remember mindset, motivation, methods, you won't do the method I'm about to teach you if your mindset is, oh, if I read faster, I'm not going to understand. Does that make sense? And here's the reason why. Your brain is this incredible supercomputer, and your self-talk is a program it will run. So you have to think about your talk that you have for when you read. What are you saying to yourself? And by the way, if you're talking to yourself, you're not really reading. Is that fair? And this supercomputer, when you read, this is how most people read. One word at a time. Now, did you get a shift change like when I started talking? It's hard because I'm from New York, right? So it's hard for me to talk that slow. But if I was to talk this slowly, this wouldn't be 3 days, it would be like 30 days, right? And if I talk that slowly, tell me in the chat, what would happen, what would you experience if I talk this slow? What would your mind do? You would lose focus, it would be torture, you would be disengaged, you would be distracted, your mind would wander, you would have anxiety, you'd be bored, you'd fall asleep. Now, aren't those the same things that happen when you read? So what I'm saying is when I talk slow, I can't even talk that slow. When I talk slowly, your mind will naturally wander, you'll fall asleep, you'll think about other things, you'll lack focus, you'll be bored. Isn't that how you experience reading today? You lack focus, you get distracted, you think about other things, you fall asleep. How many of you use reading as a sedative? Let's get really raw. How many of you have a book by your nightstand, by your bed, that you've been reading an embarrassingly long time and use it to fall asleep? That's not the association you want to have to reading, because how you do anything is how you do everything. If reading puts you to sleep, that's a challenge. So what's the opposite? So notice you're not going to have the comprehension because you're reading too slow. But the faster readers, they have no time to wander. If you don't give, let me say it a different way. If you don't give your brain the stimulus it needs, it'll seek entertainment elsewhere in the form of distraction. This is a core principle. If you don't give your brain, this incredible supercomputer, the stimulus it needs, it'll seek entertainment elsewhere in the form of mind wandering, in the form of distraction. It's kind of like reading slowly is like riding a bike really slow. Can you ride? What happens if you ride a bike really slow? you're gonna fall, you're gonna wobble, right? And that's what most people are doing reading. Let me put it a different way, because I use a lot of analogies, a lot of metaphors, because that's one of the ways to accelerate your learning, through stories. Like, how would they pass on information, back before there were books and printing presses? It would be stories around campfires. It would be parables, right? And what it does is it connects something you don't know to something you know. Like when I talk about a thermometer and a thermostat, how a thermometer reacts to the environment, but a thermostat sets the environment, we understand that instantly. All learning, you want to know fundamentally what learning is? You're taking an unknown and you're connecting it to something known. You're taking it to something outside of yourself and connecting to something inside. Because like math, let's take math in the spirit of Scott Flansburgh. Have you ever been sick in school, like maybe for a week or two, and you miss math, and then you come back and you have no idea what they're talking about because everything builds on the next thing, right? Because then you're trying to connect two things that you don't even know. You don't know sine, you don't know cosine, you don't know tangent, so there's no connection. It stays outside of you. But when you can link it to something you already know, then it becomes more of your permanent network, if that makes sense. But going back to the metaphor, I want you to imagine driving a car, and you're going very slowly. You're in your neighborhood. Are you really focused on the act of driving? Have you ever got to work or got home and you don't even remember the trip there? Has anyone done this before? Right? And the idea here is you're going so slow, you're not focusing on driving. What are you doing? You're drinking your coffee, you're texting, which you know you shouldn't, multitask and do that. You're listening to radio, you're singing a song, you think about the dry cleaning, you're talking to somebody in the car, right? You do 5 different things because you're going slow. Let's say you're an F1 racer, right? And we train a lot of race car drivers, improve their reaction time, their thinking speed, right? Because those milliseconds count. If you're taking hairpin turns, you're going 200 miles an hour, are you more or less focused? Are you thinking about the dry cleaning? Are you trying to text? Are you checking your hair, your makeup? Right? Are you drinking coffee? Are you talking to anybody? No, you're not doing any of that. What are you focused on? 2 things. What's in front of you and the act of driving. That's why faster readers have better focus, because their mind's not wandering and they have to focus on what's in front of them and the act of actually reading. Does that make sense? All right. And so the idea here, and obviously there are limits, and why I say limitless is nobody's really sure on how fast you could read, right? But here's the thing. We could all exercise our body and get stronger, right? Same thing with your reading muscles also as well. So I want to put lack of focus here, because if your mindset is, if I read faster, I'm not going to understand. If you read faster, you'll have better focus. And because you have better focus, you'll have better comprehension and retention. Now, the third one, and I'm going to give you ideas on how to overcome this. This is the hard one to overcome. And that's why our program is our quick reading program, which many of you have, that are reading 800 words per minute. I thank you for graduating that program. This is the thing that it's hard to fix today. And it really takes a few weeks because it's a habit, right? But I'll tell you it anyway. It's something called subvocalization. What's subvocalization? Actually, let me show you. I think our team loaded up a slide. In a moment, don't show it yet. Don't show it yet, please. But for the production team, don't show the slide yet. But in a moment, I'm going to show you what subvocalization is. Don't show it on screen yet, though. I'm going to show you a slide, and it's going to be a simple phrase. And I want us to do 2 things. I want us to read it out loud together. That's the important key. Read it out loud. And I want you to try, as you're reading it out loud, to count the number of Fs. F is in focus. All right? Are you ready? But you have to read it out loud. Are you ready? Okay, show the slide, please. Is it up? Okay, let's read it out loud. Finished files are the result of years of scientific study combined with the experience of years. All right, now put in the chat, in the comments on YouTube Live, how many Fs are there? I see 1, I see 0, I see 2, I see 3s, mostly 3s, 4, 7, 8. Wow. All right, so everywhere from 0, 8, no, 10. All right, everyone from 0 to 10. Now, are we all looking at the same slide? I'm going to give you one more try. The key to get this is to read it out loud. Are you ready? Here we go. Finished files are the result of years of scientific study combined with the experience of years. All right, tell me your final answer. Okay, no zeros, that's good. 2. All right, 80% of people still seeing 3. I see some 4s, some 5s, some 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I see everything from 2 to 8. Okay. How many Fs are there? All right, I'm going to show you again. Does everyone count? How many Fs? How many Fs are there? There are 6. Now, if you didn't get it the first time, I don't even want to address the 7, 8, 9, and 10s. But if you didn't get the Fs the first time, where were they hidden, if they were hidden somewhere? Yes, in the ofs. In the ofs. Do you see that? The 3. So most people saw 3, right? How many of you guys saw 3 the first time and the second time mostly? The Fs were hidden in the ofs. Now, how does this relate to subvocalization? Subvocalization is your inner talk. Sub meaning like a submarine, under, vocal, speech. It's your inner under speech. Have you ever noticed when you're reading something, even when you just did it in the beginning of the session, you hear that inner voice reading along with you? You hear that voice? Hopefully it's your own voice. It's not like somebody else's voice in there. The reason why it's a challenge is because if you have to say all the words in order to understand them, you can only read as fast as you could speak. That means your reading speed is limited to your talking speed, but not your thinking speed. How many of you listen to podcasts or audiobooks and you do it at higher speeds? Right? And because you can understand it at those higher speeds, especially after you train yourself to learn it at 1.5 or 2x or 2.5 or 3x, you can understand it, but nobody could speak that fast, right? Now, when I went through finished files, results of years of scientific study, the reason why it was difficult is I had you read it out loud, right? Because it creates in psychology something called a scotoma. It's a blind spot. You go finished files, result of, you're saying it out loud, of, what letter does it sound like? Of, if you're reading it with sound. V, right? Finished files, result of, and then you think it's a, you see the F, clearly because you're reading it, but you're perceiving a V. And it's just an exercise, and this is how we do everything with the Limitless Mind system, is we use these examples to kind of change your learning pattern, your neurological networks to give you experience, instead of just lecturing, right? That's why we do all these exercises all the time, because I want, if you can't do it, you don't know it, right? And so subvocalization is a challenge, and because you're saying the words, that's what keeps you reading it slow. And let's back up. Do you need to say New York City in order to understand what New York City is? Computer. No, right? Because you've seen these words tens of thousands of times. It's just like if you're driving and you see a street sign like stop. I guarantee you, none of you say the word stop all the time in your head. But do you comprehend what it means? 100%, right? 95% of the words you read on a regular basis are like that stop sign. And they're what they call sight words. Words you know by sight, because you've seen it so much, you don't have to pronounce it by sound. Like one of the fastest readers in U.S. history is John F. Kennedy. And he was said to have read 6 newspapers every morning with 1 cup of coffee. Now, I know for some of you are thinking like, wow, it would take me 6 cups of coffee just to get through one newspaper, right? But he knew the importance of reading as a leader, that he actually brought speed reading trainers into the White House to train his staff, right? He's also on record as having one of the fastest speeches in U.S. history. But let's say he could talk, he was said to have read anywhere from 800 to 1,200 words a minute. Now think about that, 800 to 12, does that person have an advantage over someone who reads 200 words a minute? If you could read 4, 5, 6 times faster and understand, right? He was said to have read around 800 to 1,200 words a minute, because it varies depending on what you're reading, right? Like if you don't speak French, speed reading French is not going to help, right? If you're reading something very technical, you have to slow down. But the idea here is you don't want to read everything at 200 words a minute, which is what everyone does. But it's like Scott Flansburgh and I were talking about, going out and playing golf. It's like if you have to use the same club every single time, you're not going to be effective, because there's different clubs for different scenarios, right? Same thing with reading. You can read something slowly, but some things you go more rapidly. And having that variance, having that adaptability gives you so much power, right? In game theory, for those of you who know game theory, whether it's chess or whatever, those who have the most options will always win, everything else being equal, right? And so subvocalization, if, let's say John F. Kennedy could speak at 300 words a minute, which is pretty fast, but he could read at 1,000 words a minute, there's 700 words per minute he's just not pronouncing, right? Now, where did this subvocalization come from? Well, it came from when we learned how to read. Remember when you were 5, 6, 7, whenever you said, then you had to read out loud, because the teacher needed to know you're reading and pronouncing the words correctly. But later on, teacher probably got tired of hearing you and said, remember this phrase? Read silently to yourself. Read quietly to yourself. And that's where you took that external, you were saying it out loud, and you internalized it. Because in order for me to understand it, I have to hear it. If not out loud, then inside my mind. All right? Now, you don't have to say the words, because most words also are filler words. And, there, because, the, right? These are filler words. Or even it's like reading and saying things is like, nobody reads and says punctuation marks. You don't read ... semicolon, ... question mark, ... exclamation mark. You don't do that, right? But think about it. Those are just symbols. And the punctuation marks are symbols. The words are symbols too, right? So the idea here is reducing subvocalization. That's what we do systematically over those 21 days. But some people, I'll give you a couple of tips, but tips don't really work that well, but I'll give you a couple maybe works. One of the ways, you might want to count when you read. So imagine you're reading something and you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in your mind out loud, or in your mind or silently, 3, 4, 5, and keep on counting. Because the idea here is you can't read what's in front of you and count at the same time, right? So you have to do, and after a while, it'll be very confusing for a lot of people. So I think they're better skills that take training to unravel that. You know what a lot of becoming a limitless learner is? It's unlearning. Unlearning the bad rote memory. You have to repeat something 100 times in order to understand it, when you could just do it once or twice. Reading slowly, all that. It's just unlearning bad habits, right? So the people that are going to really earn the most are people who could learn, unlearn, and relearn, right? And take that new learnings and put it into action. There is no greater superpower in today's day and age, because you could apply that towards everything: medicine, marketing, money, everything gets easier. Subvocalization. Some people will bite on something when they read, because some people will subvocalize moving their lips while they read, and it'll kind of break that pattern. You could try it if you like. It could work in some cases, but really I'd be doing a disservice. Tips are different than trainings, right? But in the time we have, those are tips. Fourth obstacle, and I'll go through solution: regression. Regression is the act of, have you ever read something, you found yourself rereading words or rereading a whole line? Has anyone ever done that before? That's regression. Regression is back skipping. And you do this more than you realize you're doing it. I've sat in on studies where subjects are reading off of a screen, and they have a technology where they could shine a light and then it reflects to where their focal point is, like where their line of sight is. They use this in advertising, television commercials, because they want to see where your line of sight is so they could put their product in your view, right? Kind of makes sense. There's a lot going on behind the scenes for neuromarketing. which we advise people on also as well. But the idea here is when people are tested using this technology, they'll see their eyes go forward and then back, forward, 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 and back. So we'll do something called back skipping. So if you spend a third of your time rereading words, that's lost. That's going to slow down your speed. And it doesn't even help you with your comprehension. I mean, imagine we have a screen here. We're all together here watching a movie you're really excited about watching. But somebody is off to the side with, let's say, a child with a remote control, and every 30 seconds, this little child rewinds it. Every 30 seconds, rewinds. Every 30 seconds, rewinds, right? Goes back, goes back. How would you feel about that experience? Movie you really want to watch, and somebody just keeps on rewinding, rewinding, rewinding. Yeah, it would be annoying, right? Would it help? It would take longer to watch that movie, yes. And would it help your comprehension at all? Not at all, because it would break up the rhythm and the flow of the information, right? So we do this unconsciously. And then the fifth obstacle to effective reading is belief. And that's why we have our special guest coming in, belief, because all behavior is belief-driven. Remember that turning exercise? Where a lot of you, and then you turned, saw how far you could turn, then I had you visualize yourself going further, and then you did it again, and some of you went 25, 50%, 75% further, not working any harder, because there was a limit in your mind, a belief on how far you could turn, right? That was as far as you could go. So the idea here is we're going to work on this right after this session. I'm going to bring our special guest out and talk about your limiting beliefs. Because if you believe you're a slow reader, if you believe you're stupid, if you believe you're not focused, whatever it is, you're not going to be able to reach that potential, all right? So these are 5 obstacles to effective reading. Let me give you a couple of tips right now. And if I know some people have questions, just so I don't take the time, if everyone could just kind of support each other like you're so good the past few days of doing so I applaud you for that. Let's give you some tips on how to read faster now. So what I want you to do is, first thing is a visual pacer will help you read. Now, if you're just joining us, the exercise you need to do is have a base rate, is to pick a book that you're reading, put a dot in the margin, time yourself for 60 seconds, and then put a mark in the margin where you left off, count the number of lines, right? Because I'm about to give you some speed reading, quick reading tips, but how do you know if it works unless you have some kind of gauge, a baseline, right? So that's what we did at the start of this session. What I want you to do, Abdul, we're going to talk about changing beliefs with our next speaker in a few minutes. So I'm so excited about this. She's helped me tremendously with my fear of public speaking and issues I had about my brain injury and everything. All right. One of the keys to reading faster is using a visual pacer. A visual pacer is you underlining what you read. If you're reading on a tablet, you're not touching the screen or you're not touching the print book. You're just right above it. You can use your finger, you can use a pen, a highlighter, right? A mouse if you're reading on the computer, whatever. A visual pacer, you're not skipping anything. Because how many of you have taken a traditional speed reading class before? Traditional speed reading has been more skipping words, scanning, skimming, right? And you get the gist of what you read. But as a memory trainer, I want you to understand and remember what you're reading. Like we train a lot of attorneys, a lot of financial advisors, a lot of doctors. You do not want your doctor to get the gist of what she's reading, right? So the idea here is you're going margin to margin, you're just underlining the words. And this is going to help boost your reading speed because you're not going to regress, because it's going to help your focus, because you're using your finger when you read will pull you through the information as opposed to your attention being pulled apart, and it'll help you from back skipping and regressing, right? You're not going to go consciously back when your finger's pulling you forward. Now, a few reasons why this works. Number one, children naturally do this. Like we have an 18-month-old, and we read to him every day, and he naturally will touch the words and underline because he knows it helps him to focus. It's interesting, too, because children, our son, 18 months, I'll go like, look at my keys, look at my keys. And what will that child do? Grab them. Because he associates seeing and feeling, right? So number one, children do it naturally. Number two, you do it. Like no one here read with their finger unless they've gone through some of our training before, right? Those who reading 500 words, 800 words. I saw 1,000 words per minute, right? Because I know we have a lot of graduates here. Even, you know, that amazing joy story that you heard in the beginning of this, like, it wasn't just, yes, she kind of like threw it out. It's like, yeah, I read 14 books, but it's like, I lost 128 pounds, right? My metabolic age went down 30 years. You know, I got off all these drugs. I had to, you know, walk with assistance, but now I walk without, and I go 5 miles a day, right? So this ripple effect of changing your brain changes your entire life. There literally is not one area of your life that won't get better by understanding and using more of this. But you use your finger when you read. You didn't do it when I asked you to, but when I asked you to count the number of lines that you read, what did all of you do? Because I saw you on camera. What did you all do? You went 1, 2 with your finger, because you know unconsciously it's a better way to focus, right? Why not use that to read and just instead of just counting lines? So what we're going to do is we're going to go down the page. We're going to practice it a little bit. And then I'm going to come back later this afternoon and go a little bit deeper into comprehension. But the reason why you do it, number 1, children do it. Number 2, you do it. Number 3, your eyes are attracted to motion. Like if Dr. Bruce just ran across the screen and nobody would pay attention to me because your eyes are attracted to motion. Think about it as a hunter-gatherer thousands of years ago, right? You're in a bush, you're hunting lunch. Like it's a rabbit or you're hunting lunch, maybe it's a carrot, depending on your diet. If the bush next to you moves, you have to look because it's your survival. Number 1, it could be lunch, or number 2, you could be lunch, right? You are trained to look at what moves. So when your finger's going across the page, your eyes are going to sync with your finger because you have to focus on what moves most in your vision, in your field of vision. Does that make sense? All right. And then the last reason I'll give you, because adults, we want to know why in order to do the what. Start with why, Simon Sinek, right? And it's how your nervous system is set up. Without going into too much detail, certain senses work very closely together. Like, have you ever, put it in the chat, have you ever tasted a great piece of fruit, like a peach? Like, not something that's been sprayed and waxed in a grocery store for like 6 months, but like something right off the vine or at a farmer's market? Ever tasted a great piece of fruit? It's amazing, right? I'm like, my mouth is watering even thinking about that. You're not, here's an update. You're not actually tasting the peach. You're smelling the peach. But your sense of smell and taste are so closely linked in your nervous system, you can't often tell the difference. You know the difference if you're sick. If your nose is congested, what does some food taste like? It just tastes bland, right? It doesn't have any flavor. Because a lot of your tongue can't actually process the taste buds what a peach tastes like. You're actually smelling the peach. So just as your sense of smell and taste are closely linked in your nervous system that you can't tell the difference, so is your sense of sight and your sense of touch. That's why when I go like this to our son, look at the keys, I say, look, look, he grabs them. Because the sense of sight and touch are so closely linked. People, after using their finger for a while, will say to me anecdotally, I don't know what it is. I'm reading faster, but I also feel more in touch with my reading, right? The language kind of gives it away. In fact, if somebody loses their sense of sight, how do you read? Braille, right? Sense of touch. So these are all the reasons I'm encouraging you to use your finger while you read. Now do this, shake out your hands, put your pen down, your book down, and I want you to do this exercise. Remember I mentioned educational kinesiology where you're doing this, you're moving around a little bit. I always do this before I read and study. You could do it too, feel free. This helps integrate your left and right brain. So your left brain, logic, right, words, sounds. Your right brain, emotions, visualization. So if you can integrate that, you're seeing the word and getting the experience. You're seeing it and feeling it. You're not just hearing it and seeing it, right? So the idea here is, yes, you could do this. I do this before any kind of studying, anytime I read, and just do it for even 30 seconds makes a difference. You know, the super brain yoga. But I want you to do this too. Shake out your hands and just whoa, echo. Major echo in here. Still echo. All right, what I want you to do is I want you to put your hands out, your index fingers up, and I want you to just look at the top of your index fingers, and I want you to do an infinity sign, right? This is all about becoming limitless. You know what the infinity sign is? It's like an 8 on its side. And I want you, without moving your head, just follow the top of your fingertips with your eyes. And go slow. The key is to go slow. That's the integration. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. I do a lot of training for the military. They have that phrase when it comes to even firearms, slow. So what I want you to do is you're interlacing your fingers, your index fingers are up, you're focusing on the tips of your finger, and you're just moving it as an infinity sign. And you're not moving your head. Some of you have to slow down even more. Slow. And this is an exercise not only integrating your left and right brain, it's an exercise of training you to look at your finger, and it's an exercise, how many of you feel it in your vision? It's an exercise for improving your field of sight, your peripheral vision. And you can go now the opposite way. Some of you are holding your breath. It's a lot easier if you breathe. So again, you're doing the limitless sign. Even if you look at my book, there's an infinity sign. If you look at it, it looks like DNA. A lot of thought went into that cover. There's deep 7-layer meanings. All right, shake out your hands. And you could do this, just palm your eyes. They do this in yoga, right? Just kind of warm up your hands. And we're going to get to our next speaker in a moment. All right, so they're warm. And then just gently place them over your eyes. Don't press on your eyes, just cup your eyes. And just breathe. Close your eyes, just breathe normal. All right, what I want everybody to do now is pick up your book. And don't pick up where you left off yet. I just want you to practice. Just practice. Pick up anywhere. You can open up even to a random page. I want you to just, in fact, try this. Here's a hack. Turn your book upside down so you don't have to comprehend it. And I want you just to practice using your hand and going left to right, or if you're reading in a different language, it goes right to left. You could do that too. Same principle applies. And again, you're not moving your head. You're just following your finger with the eyes. You're not touching the page. You're not touching the screen. You're just going back and forth. And just get used to what that feels like. What does that feel like? Just breathe normally. Going left to right, and just practice following your finger across the page. Okay, stop. Now, that should have felt a little weird. I'll put it, share how it felt. Feels familiar? Wow, that's great. How did it feel? You still comprehended upside down? That's amazing. Weird, right? Odd, strange. And the idea here is we're activating neuroplasticity. If everything is so easy, you're probably not learning something. I'll say that again. It's just like a workout. If you're working out and it's too easy, you're probably not challenging yourself enough. And so a lot of, especially when it's technical material and everything else, whenever you're learning something, there has to be a certain level of challenge in order to affect change in neuroplasticity. So what I want you to do now, and then we'll get to our next speaker, is I want you to pick up where you left off, and I'm going to time you for 60 seconds. All right, don't start yet. I want you to pick up where the second mark is, and I'm going to have you read for 60 seconds using your finger this time, and have your finger guide you through, and then when I say stop, you're going to put a mark in the margin, count the number of lines, and share it if you like. Are you ready? And begin. All right, and stop. Put a mark in the margin. And this was your second run through. Yeah, you're doing it right side up if you read this. And count the number of lines that you just read. If you want to share your before and after, that would be great. Either your lines per minute or your words per minute. Notice how you're counting. 1, 2, I see you like using your finger. Just share if you're willing to, where you started and where you ended. Wow, I want everyone to look at these chats. 12 to 19, 18 to 26, 21 to 28. Wow, big jumps. I'm like speed reading all these answers here. 300 words per minute to 430 words per minute. 20 lines per minute to 30 lines per minute. 35 to 57. That's amazing. So the idea here, many of you improve if you do the mental math, because I'm a student of Scott's. It's about 25, 50%. Some of you doubled your reading speed. And that's after like 1 minute of practice. And so this is the first stage. And we're going to focus, after our speaker, I'm going to talk about comprehension. All right? But this, after you practice, especially for a couple of weeks, there is an upward limit, though, because you're only going to be able to go as fast as you could subvocalize. Right? And so that's why, and unfortunately, we can't in one day overcome with subvocalization, but it'll get you to a point where a lot of you could double your reading speed and where you could read as fast as you could talk. Right? It's the different techniques that take training each day, exercises, to be able to reduce that subvocalization, to be able to unlock, many of our students. On average, we have over a 300% increase in reading speed after 21 days. For those of you going through quick reading, you probably validate that with better comprehension. All right, doubled, amazing. Why not touch this page? You can touch a page if you want. But I guarantee you when you go faster, there's this thing called friction. And I've set so many books on fire as fast as I read. So just for me, it's easier in the beginning just to not touch the page if that's possible. All right, we will be back. You keep your books handy because I'm going to do a session on reading comprehension and how to remember more of what you read. Right now, I want to get back to this mindset and belief that could keep you from reading slowly. All right, did everyone find this session valuable? Yes? For reading? Amazing. All right, and that's just, by the way, what I just shared was what was on day 1 of the quick reading program. The next 20 days is really going into all these other exercises that get you reading forwards and backwards and doing all the kinds of amazing things. All right, this is a real privilege to introduce a dear friend. Her and her brothers, and it's like family for me. We live close to each other. And we originally met because she enrolled in our speed reading program, talking about speed reading, in 2007. Feels like a lifetime ago, but it feels like just like it was yesterday. And interesting in there also, in that class, enrolled my business partner, who I never met before. Her name is Alexis, and she's our CEO. And she came to a class 17 years ago, and shortly after joined the team and now leads our entire team. I work for her now. She's really the brains behind what we do. Maybe I'll pull her on camera because she has a lot to teach also as well. But I'd like to introduce you to our next Limitless expert. Her name is Jessica Ordner. She's a New York Times bestselling author. She's an expert at something called tapping. And she's an extraordinary human being. Just like everyone here, we're very protective of this community, and we always want to bring you the best, not only in capability, but also in character and consciousness. Their team is really on a mission to help people, and she's going to share what she does in a moment. You might have seen her on a lot of media also as well. She's spoken at our event. And we're looking to have her or her brother at our event in the kickoff 2025. And I want you to think about the things that you believe about yourself, your intelligence, your potential, your capability. And we're going to change those limiting beliefs in this session. And so I'm going to show you this quick video, and we'll go from there.
We're talking about an innovative technique called tapping. It is so relaxing.
There's these 9 different spots that we tap on, and what this does is it sends this calming signal to your brain.
And I was doing this sort of tapping meditation thing that I do.
Every time you feel anxious, just tap along these meridians.
I found the technique to be extraordinary, and I've used it myself for more than 25 years.
Research is showing that when you tap, you're lowering cortisol, the stress hormone.
Tapping is one of the most directed and powerful ways to peel those layers away of chronic stress.
It has totally transformed my life.
I feel like there was a relief, like a balloon of stress that just relieved. I'm not kidding you.
Try it.
You have nothing to lose except anxiety.
All right, everybody stand up and let's give a very warm welcome to the Limitless, Jess Gordner. Thanks, Jess.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. I have truly loved this experience. I actually have my bag packed upstairs. I was ready to fly into the studio. This Hurricane Debbie got in the way. But what's been a blessing is I've been experiencing this like all of you. So if you've loved the event so far, I mean, Jim is still watching, leave a heart in the chat. I'm able to see the chat here. Oh, and I see a lot of you know tapping already. Amazing. So what we're going to focus on first is beliefs. Now, 17 years ago, when I met Jim Kwik, now this was way before Bill Clinton was calling him, way before he was friends with Will Smith. I remember taking his course and then later going out to dinner with him. And he asked me why I was so passionate about this technique called tapping. And Jim has this way of making you feel so safe that you can give the honest answer. You know how sometimes there is like the quick elevator answer, the quick like, oh, it helps me release stress. And then there are certain people that make you feel so welcomed and loved that you tell them the real story. And the real story was that I spent most of my life feeling like I was not smart enough and not worthy enough. I struggled with reading. I remember being a kid and looking at a page and having this panic in my body because I could not understand. And I would be looking around the classroom and everybody would be busy and I felt completely lost. And in that moment, I created this belief. I am not smart enough. I am not good enough. And the thing about beliefs is that we love to prove ourselves right. So even when I did learn how to read, even when I did begin to excel, I never really focused on that because all I did was focus on my limitations. And when you have a limiting belief, when you do succeed, you think you're faking it. You think you're tricking everybody because the truth is you're not worthy. You're not enough. That was the story I was telling myself. And when I was introduced to amazing work around self-development and began to even contemplate this idea of beliefs, because this is a thing. The biggest step is to recognize what you have as a belief and not the truth, right? That's the biggest step because when you're talking to someone who's really stuck in that belief, they're not saying this is a belief. They're saying, no, this is the truth. I'm not confident enough. I'm not good enough. But when I began to start getting into this world where we are now, learning from different speakers, reading, I began to understand the concept of a belief. The challenge was, even though I was telling myself, okay, it's just a belief, you're good enough, you can do it, I had this panic in my body that every time I was faced with learning something new, trying something hard, that little voice in the back of my head that said, you're not enough, would get louder and louder. And I could physically feel it in my body, and it showed up as stress and anxiety. Let me know if this relates to you at all. We have these beliefs that we pick up. And so I'm going to share a few beliefs here, negative beliefs around our intelligence. Things like, I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, I'm not as intelligent as others, I'm too scattered, I'm not focused. notice what might relate to you. And if any of these relate to you, even if you know they're not 100% true, even if half of you believes it's true, let me know in the chat here. So we have these beliefs, and the reason it's so essential to address these beliefs and not just ignore them is because these beliefs create an immense amount of stress and anxiety. And that really impacts our ability to perform and our ability to learn. I want us to look at something here together, and let's read this all together because I want this to sink in. If Jim is teaching you how to speed read and you are feeling stressed, you have to stop and take care of yourself. You need to lower that anxiety. So stress makes it harder for us to learn by affecting our memory, lowering our ability to focus, and reducing our mental flexibility. Long-term stress can cause the hippocampus, a part of the brain that's important to learning and memory, to shrink. And it also raises cortisol levels, which harms brain connections. It's really hard to perform, to learn something new when we're feeling stress. And it's this loop, it's this cycle we experience. Because if you have a belief, I'm not confident enough, I'm not good enough, what happens is it triggers this fear of failure. And that fear causes stress, and it causes your cortisol level, the stress hormone, to go up. So here you are learning how to speed read, learning how to remember names, but now you're feeling kind of stressed because for a long time you believed this lie that you're not good enough, that you don't have a great memory. So you have this stress. That high cortisol impacts your performance. So now it is harder to remember someone's name. It is harder to improve your speed reading. And when that happens, that poor performance reinforces that limiting belief. Do you see this cycle? So oftentimes when I'm working with someone new, they're really good at showing me all of the evidence of their shortcomings, of being able to say, well, I'm not smart enough because this happened when I was a kid. I'm not smart enough because it takes me longer, because I struggle. And then they feel that frustration and they run this cycle. In order to break this belief, we have to address the stress. We have to lower our cortisol levels. We have to come back to ourselves, to our power. And the best way that I have discovered to do this is by using a technique called EFT tapping. It is this beautiful combination of these ancient Chinese acupressure points with modern psychology. So what you do is, as you focus on that stress, on that belief, on that anxiety in your body, you begin to tap on acupressure points. And that tapping, stimulating these acupressure points sends a calming signal to your brain, letting your brain know that you are safe. Because when you were in second grade and someone asked you to read out loud and you felt that panic, that is a wiring in your brain. So now as an adult, when you're asked to do something, when you're asked to speak in public, it's so easy for us to connect to that second grader who felt scared and who felt nervous. Tapping is coming back to your body. It's calming your fight or flight response so that you can think clearly. Now, it has been incredible. I've been on this journey for almost 19 years. And in the beginning, there were people all over the world using tapping, so many case studies, but the research and the science wasn't quite there. It was spreading like wildfire because it works. But what we needed was the research. And in the last 5 to 10 years, the research around tapping has absolutely exploded. One of the best research studies, and this study in particular has been done 2 times. It's a peer-reviewed study, and it showed that when you tap, you decrease cortisol levels by 43%. So we can take biological markers and show that you are releasing stress as you tap on these points. And so what I would love to do together is to have an experience. And my goal is that after we finish, you have a tool that anytime you feel triggered, anytime you're struggling, you can come back to this tapping. So first, let me teach the tapping, I wanted to say hi to everybody here. Alma, Grace, Sana. Let me know if you've done tapping before. Yes, this works like magic. It really does. So let's get into the tapping points. I'm going to teach you the 9 points. Once you know these points, you have this knowledge for the rest of your life anytime you're feeling stuck and anxious. The first point is the side of the hand, and it does not matter what side of the body that you tap on. Some people prefer to tap on one side, on both. The next point is the eyebrow point, and it's where the hair of your eyebrow begins. And if you're watching this, you can also screen capture that image there. Then we have the side of the eye. Now follow your eyebrow until you're right on the bone. That's it. I can see you guys tapping. Amazing. Then we have underneath the eye, right on the bone. We have underneath the nose, between the upper lip and the nose. And this is just a gentle, firm tap. You don't want to hurt yourself, but you want to feel it. Then we have underneath the mouth, it's the crease between the lip and the chin. Then we have the collarbone point on both sides, feel your collarbone and go down an inch. You guys got it? Amazing. Oh, someone here says they've been tapping for 12 years. Incredible, Carrie. Then we have underneath the arm, it's about a hand width from your armpit. Let me kind of stand up a little bit. So it's right here. For women, it tends to be where your bra strap lies. And then we end at the very top of the head. So as I mentioned, this is a beautiful technique that combines these ancient Chinese acupressure points with modern psychology. And the aspect of modern psychology is that we are discovering that telling ourselves not to think something doesn't work. Telling ourselves to get over it doesn't work. Telling ourselves we just need to calm down doesn't work. What we resist persists. So if we have that negative belief and we're feeling stuck, the worst thing we can do is just try to push ourselves out of it. Sometimes it works. It works for a very short time. And then we go back to what's comfortable, to what we're used to feeling inadequate. Because we have this fear, right? This belief creates this fear of failure. If we don't tap away that fear, then we're unable to recognize our power and our strength. Think of it like a garden. You want to weed before you plant the seeds. And so what I would love to do together is to have an experience. I want you to notice if there is a part of you that doesn't feel good enough, doesn't feel smart enough, doesn't feel capable enough. And remember that cycle I showed earlier? We have a belief. It means we struggle with our performance, and then we create evidence to that belief. We say, oh, well, I am not good enough. Let me show you all of the evidence, instead of realizing all the places we are capable. So we tend to hold on to this evidence, which feels real, which feels stressful. And so what we're going to do is tap that away. We're going to give a voice to that feeling, and we're going to move towards our power. How does that sound? Are you guys ready for an experience? Let me see some questions here. Yes, I call it tapping, or EFT, emotional freedom techniques. Does it work if we do it on someone else, like a kid? Absolutely. Kids love this. So you can tap on a kid, or you can tap and they can follow along. So let's have an experience here. Let's just take a second, just close your eyes. Just want you to check in. We've been talking about beliefs. Notice if there is a part of you that has been telling this story about why you're not good enough, why you're not smart enough. For me, it was the story of struggling to read. It was having a speech impediment as a kid. All of this evidence of why I was not good enough. What's the evidence that you've been collecting? And as you think about the belief, I'd like you to give that belief a number. How true does it feel? So 10 is like, I barely think it's a belief, it's just the truth. 0 is I'm unburdened by this thought. I know that I'm enough. Give it a number from 0 to 10. This is just for you to feel the shift, for you to keep track of your own progress. Got it? And then we're gonna be tapping together, okay? So let's begin by taking a nice deep breath in. And exhale. And repeat after me. And so let me just mention this. Repeat after me if you can out loud, or you can repeat in your own mind. So tapping on the side of the hand. Even though I've created this story, that I am not enough. I accept myself and how I feel. Even though part of me believes that I'm not enough, I'm open to letting it go. Even though I have all this evidence around not being good enough, I acknowledge what happened, and I'm ready to create a new story. Now we're going to tap on the eyebrow point. We're just giving a voice to how we feel. So repeat after me, this belief. Side of the eye, not feeling good enough. Under the eye, this struggle. Under the nose, all these tough experiences. Under the mouth, I've been focusing on why I'm not good enough. Now, as you tap on the collarbone point, you don't need to repeat after me. Just simply close your eyes and just think about, what evidence have you been collecting? Have you been telling yourself a story that you're not good enough, that you're not smart enough? Allow yourself to relax your body and just be present with that story. Under the arm, staying focused on that story. You've convinced yourself for a long time that this is the truth, and you've been trying to hide it. Maybe you've been shrinking and not trying new things. Notice how this story has been impacting you. And just tap and relax and be present with what comes to mind. Top of the head, again, being present with any thoughts that come to mind. Maybe you can remember a time as a kid when you didn't feel good enough, when you felt shut down. Tapping on the eyebrow point, and in that moment, you created a story about not being good enough. Side of the eye. I'd like you to imagine going back to that child, going back to that moment. What would you want that little child to know? Under the eye, maybe you'd say something like, you are not this experience. You are more than this moment. You are enough. Under the nose, imagine that little child, that little you, and simply say, you have nothing to prove. Just something to remember. You are enough. Under the mouth, be present with any feelings that come up. You are clearing this energy You are clearing this belief, and you are remembering your truth. Tapping on the collarbone point, repeat after me. I am enough. Under the arm, I am confident enough. Top of the head, I am smart enough. Eyebrow, I am capable. Side of the eye, I don't have to do everything perfectly. Under the eye, I learn as I go. Under the nose, I'm allowed to stumble and figure it out. Under the mouth, I am enough. Collarbone, I am confident enough. Under the arm, I am strong enough. Top of the head, I am enough. Just take a nice deep breath in and exhale. Take a moment to notice how that felt. Notice any thoughts. And I'd like you to ask yourself a question. The next time that belief creeps up, the next time you're telling yourself this old story, what do you need to remember? What did you tell that little child? What do you need to remember next time you make a mistake to help yourself stand back up? And let's also check in with our number. That belief, I'm not good enough. How strong does it feel? 0 to 10. Did it go from a 10 to a 9? We just wiggled it out. We just got a little bit down. Did it go down by half? Is it gone? How does that feel? I'm reading your comments here. Really calming, still crying. You are enough. It feels good. Yes. One of the biggest things to remember as we learn is that we're not meant to get it the first time. If you were learning how to speed read just now and you're seeing everybody's answers and you're thinking, I'm a little bit slower than everybody's improvement, as Jim was teaching us, we all learn at our own pace. And when we're able to not create stories, oh, this must mean it's hard for me. This must mean I'm not enough. When we allow ourselves to stumble, to make mistakes, that is how we learn. And I love Jim because he really gives us permission to do that. I had the pleasure a few years ago of connecting with Ariana Huffington, and she shared some wisdom that her mother, her Greek mother, shared with her. Her mother said to her at a young age, Ariana, failure is not the opposite of success. It's part of it. I'm going to say that again. Failure is not the opposite of success. It's part of it. But when we have the limiting belief of not being enough, when we're feeling stressed or scared, we don't give ourselves the chance to try to walk and stumble. We don't give ourselves the chance to figure things out. And so my hope is that after this tapping, it's a tool you can come back to, but you can remember that I'm allowed to figure this out as I go, that I don't have to do it perfectly. And that my pace of learning does not define who I am. And the moment we feel free, that's when things accelerate. It's this great irony. So I am so honored to be part of this community because what Jim teaches helped me tremendously. But what I had to do is I had to work on my own anxiety and stress when it came to learning environments, when it came to learning how to read. And so one of the things I'd like to offer you all is, I'm now part of the Limitless mind system. I'm going to go through the course. I have this unbelievable app that I'm going to give you guys access to, anyone who's taking this course. I'm going to give you 6 months free access. Now, let me tell you why I created this app. So often I would speak on stage and people would have an experience and it would be transformational. And then I would meet them 2 years later and they'd say, oh, Jessica, I did that tapping. I was crying. Some energy moved in me. It was unbelievable. And I'd say, great. When was the last time you tapped? And they go, oh, 2 years ago when you were on stage. They wouldn't do it again. So I created with my brothers this app that has over 700 different tapping meditations so that anytime you feel stuck, you have someone to guide you. And so as you go through the next 6 months with this community, with this program, you're going to get unlimited access to that. What we did was a very deep experience because I knew you guys are VIP. I knew you guys would go there. I've seen you guys show up in the last 3 days. But the wonderful thing is that this tool is incredibly versatile. So if you don't have time to do a long tapping on a belief, you can do a quick tap, 1 round to help focus your mind and get you ready to learn. So before you start that program or before you start an exercise with Jim, you can just spend 2 minutes to tap. So what I would love to do is to do a quick experience to help us clear our mind and to focus it. But before we do that, I want to see some of your comments here. They're on the side, so I have to look to the side, but I cried like a baby. Tears are the best. It's the best release. Don't be scared to cry. It's letting things go. I'm overjoyed that everyone's tapping. Be careful with the stories you tell about yourself. Turn them into some good stories. Exactly. Wonderful. Calming tapping app is awesome. Thank you. A weight is being lifted. Oh my God, my little self is so relieved. Oh, this is what we need to do. We need to, when we are being mean to ourselves, we need to think about that little child that we were. And we need to ask ourselves, does the criticism and the pushing and these limiting beliefs help that child? It is so hard to thrive under pressure, under criticism. So why do we expect to thrive under our own judgments, under our own criticism? And that is why being part of Jim's community, we need to relearn our power, relearn how to be kind to ourselves, relearn our limitless potential. So let's do another tapping experience. This is called the quick tap. It's for a clear and focused mind. So tapping on the side of the hand. Let me see you guys. See you guys tapping, right? Let's tap on the side of the hand. Even when my thoughts feel scattered, I choose to center and focus my mind. Tapping on your eyebrow point, I release distractions. Side of the eye, I return my focus to the present moment. Under the eye, I concentrate on what's important. Under the nose, my mind becomes more clear with every breath. Under the mouth, I access my inner wisdom. Oh, does this feel good? This feels so good to me. Collarbone. My mind is strong and capable. Under the arm, I accomplish what I focus on. top of the head. I have a clear and focused mind. Take a nice deep breath in. And exhale. And notice how that feels. Woo, I am ready to go. Do we have to end so soon? We have a minute left, so I'd love to answer some of your questions. So let me know in the questions here. I have the chat box open. Let me scroll up, see if there's any questions. Oh my God, your comments, guys. Thank you so much. Relief, relief, relief. Big emotional relief. Fabulous, Jessica, crying still, and I can't wait to rewrite these stories I have. So let's do this. Let's see. You can use different sweets. Thank you. That was awesome. All right. I don't see any questions, but let me mention this as we wrap up. Rewrite your story. Rewrite your story. I always thought that the fact that I struggled as a kid, that I couldn't read, that I had a speech impediment, that everything felt a little bit harder for me than everybody else, I always felt like that was something I had to hide. It was something that made me less than. It wasn't until I began to do this work that I realized that my biggest struggles are my biggest gifts. That I can go back to that child and remind her, you are so smart. You are so capable. You're having trouble reading because you're so focused on how everybody in this class feels. So often we judge ourselves in a certain way. Let's expand our view. Notice all the places in your life you're already capable. You're already doing great. Begin to collect that evidence. And that story, that struggle, that can become your greatest gift. That is where you realize how strong you are. That's where you begin to inspire other people. And just how we heard Joy talk about this program and how she changed her life, how she lost that weight, how she began to read. Joy has become an inspiration. She has become the hero of her own story. And those past struggles did not define her, but they make us love Joy even more. They make us appreciate how far she's come. So remember that your struggles can be your biggest asset. And most importantly, remember that you are enough. Jim, thank you so much for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jessica Ortner, my goodness. Like, I just want to tap all the time.
I do it every day. There's not a day that goes by. Jess, I mentioned that I had...
I know, he's so excited. Hold on, just for everyone in the community. He's so excited. He's not even mic'd. He's not even mic'd.
Look at all the comments here. That is absolutely extraordinary. I mentioned to everybody that not only did I have issues with my traumatic brain injury, as a mindset issue. It didn't just damage my brain. It really, messed with my mind in terms of my own self-worth, my intelligence. So she helped me get through that. And also the public speaking. I remember one time I was so nervous, and I did a session with Jess, and it just changed everything. And so our goal here for this summit was really to give you resources and show you your own resourcefulness. These resources help you to become more resourceful. And I use this app every day, even with my sleep also. And I know you experience the app also as well.
I love this app.
And so,
Jessica, amazing.
Yeah, thank you, Jess, for making this available and offering this up for individuals that it means the world. So thank you.
Fantastic. I mean, listen, to have Jim just jump out from the room, he's like, I got to say something. Like, Jessica Ortner, thank you so very much for taking the time and being with us. Congratulations to you and your family. What an amazing feeling it must be for you to have your brothers co-build that app. Now, I got to tell you, friends, here is the special offer. What's amazing is that for those who are taking advantage of the Limitless Mind System offer during this 3-day summit, what's amazing is that we already have the sleep coach, Dr. Bruce, who's going to be providing a group coaching call for 90 minutes. I mean, you can't even get him for that much time, let alone one-on-one. We'll have him in a group for those who sign up today and those who've already signed up to date. But Jessica Ortner just offered the entire group of those who've already subscribed to the Limitless Mind system to get access to that app. Now, here's what that means. That app would be on your phone. There'll be instructions on how to download it and where that all happens. But what was amazing for me is everything she just walked you through, the whole exercise of locating the areas where to tap. But here's the best part. Who here by show of hands would agree that at any point in time in the day, you wish you could just have a coach in your pocket? I'm with you, by the way. My hand's not up for illustration purposes. I am too. I mean, as a public speaker, sometimes I get nervous. There's lots to do and things to remember. And to be really honest, I screw up most of the time. You just can't tell. But I mean, to be able to center my nerves, or to just reduce some anxiety, or if I have a real big wave of concern. When she mentioned 700 guided meditations, there's no joke. It's handily on your phone. So regardless of the interface you've got, what's neat is that is actually going to be a gift for 6 months, so that you really do get a head start on rewriting your story, just as she proclaimed, just as she wants for you. So again, one more time for Jessica Ortner. I mean, I'm flabbergasted. I'm flabbergasted. So with all that being said, for those who've been writing us, thank you so much for all the new members, from Jim Jam, Pret, to John, to Mary, to Joe, to Carly. We've got so many people signing up for the Limitless Mind system, something that took Jim $1 million of personal investment over 30 years of his life to really bring to people not just the map, not just the means by way of your vehicle, but also having him as your guide. And I mean, Jessica's just another example of one of those guides that are in the car with you. Y'all get that? Give me a double thumbs up. Y'all with me? I mean, that's really what the theme has been, hasn't it? Like, you're getting inspired, we're getting information, but now we're implementing and integrating. And integration is a real phenomenon. And if you're writing down notes, write this down, please. I beg of you. Write this down. You'll want to remember it. When you've got integration, it's a byproduct of permanence. That's right, permanence. Like Milos, wouldn't it be great to learn all that you learn and have it permanently with you? You get what I'm saying while you're eating? I mean, Trisha, Marta, Jack, you get what I'm saying? You know, Vincent. So for us, what I want to make sure you know in the few minutes I've got left, I want to just kind of maybe review the screen behind me and share with you just what it was to have offered you this very special offering that, quite frankly, has really been the culmination of all of Jim Kwik's life's work. Not just the research, not just the data, not just the intellectual property he's curated and published, but is brought together for the first time in history for you. Now, as you know, it's the world's most complete accelerated learning, coaching, and support system. This is at the website right now, thelimitlesslearner.com/the system. Now, if you scroll down, what you'll notice is there's a video and there's an enrollment clock and all that wonderful stuff. I mean, this really is about you taking what we've come to call the quantum leap. Now, if you scroll down, just as the staff is doing for me, those 4 pillars, if you just pause right here, take a screenshot of this, friends, because this is the brand promise, Stefan. This is what we're all about, Sarah. I mean, this is what we're up to, Keith, is offering you courses, the coaching community, and of course, as that bonus, the conference. The conference happening in Los Angeles in 2025, where we come together as a special community, a school of the special, and those on their way. And I would like to even offer those who are already in the throes of rewriting their story. Thumbs up if you're with me. Thumbs up if you're with me. I got you. I see you, Nicholas. Thanks, James Jr. I got you, Diane Gold. Nothing silver about you, dear. I see you, Elizabeth. So if you scroll down here, this is all on the website, of course, you'll notice that signing up gets you access to everything, and I do mean everything, that Jim has curated. If you scroll down even further, you'll notice that you're going to get the 21-day Limitless Mind Training Program. That's $997 value. Like right out the gate, you're up $1,000. If you scroll down through there, you'll notice that all the brand promises being made to you are things like the power of managing mind states, just like we experienced with Jessica. Mastering motivation, discovering your personal purpose. How gratifying would it be during these times of recession, concern, and crisis to restore your relationship to your own personal purpose, right, Rob? So when you look at discovering that, energizing your brain, the power of small and simple steps, you'll be able to start maximizing concentration. You'll start to actually follow Jim Kwik's Brain AI guide that will get you all the other bonuses. If you keep scrolling down, you'll notice there's the live virtual monthly meetup group, the coaching with Jim himself. That's $1,000 value. We start next week. Who here already knows we're joining you next week? Just show of hands. Let me take a look at the board. I see you, Marta. I see Monica. Patsy looks like she's just fixing her hair, but I see you there, Elizabeth and Adrian. Great. Now, if you scroll down, the 31-day quick recall training program, I have to be honest. As a speaker, as a trainer and a teacher, as a father, more importantly, this really helps me out. Because there's one thing about telling people what to do, but there's another thing about teaching people how to do it. Y'all get that? So for me, I got to tell you, this was really, for me, thank you, Jim. I mean, this was really great because I got to learn 2 to 3 times faster. Remember, I'm a high school dropout, man. I don't know what I've learned or how to even remember it. So this really saved me. I mean, I'm not good with names and faces, tasks and dates. I mean, I'm the embodiment of someone who is really walking simply stupid. But thank goodness for this program, I'm able to remember names. And a family I wish I could forget. So I don't know if you're with me when I say that, and I say that all tongue-in-cheek. Gerardo, I see you laughing. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, we're talking about how to deliver any speech or presentation without notes. I don't have notes. There's nothing here in front of me. I mean, I'm just reading off the screen a little bit, but I mean, I'm the embodiment of what's possible through the system. How to learn languages 300 times faster, starting with the one you already speak. That'll be fun. How to study better and retain more. This is what I'm looking forward to teaching my son, who's heading off to university this year. Bonus lessons are in there. It's fantastic. If you can keep scrolling down, you'll learn that this limitless mind system includes access to the Kwik Universe Digital Vault, which is amazing because Jim curates so much intellectual, purposeful properties that you just can't keep up. So you want that handily available. Keep scrolling down. There's a members-only Limitless book club that will be actually all live and with the authors themselves. This alone is $1,000. Keep scrolling down. Look at how much comes. I'm blown away. We're going to be facilitating the Inner Circle networking opportunity and a weekly group accountability call. Now, I'm going to pause for a moment. I want you to write down the word accountable. Just write the word down, accountable. Remember I told you I was in the performance business? I have 3 NBA championship rings. 3. I won my first 2 with the Miami Heat back-to-back with LeBron James, and I won my 3rd in 2020 during the Laker versus Miami Heat bubble games, if you all remember that. James, you probably watched that game, right? I'm with you. 3 rings, and I'll tell you the one difference that made athletes remarkable: accountability. You want to raise standards and make room for possibility, you've got to be held to account. And the older we are, the less we want it. So you want to really embrace the idea that in this particular case, having accountability calls with our team is in and itself going to hold you accountable to living and experiencing life more limitless and less limiting. Make sense? Double thumbs up. Y'all with me, Roger Shum? I see you, buddy. I saw you, Donna Maurer. Or is it Mower? Mower or Maurer? Mower. Good, I got it. All right, scrolling down, Kwik Universe VIP access. This means you're first to know in front of the line. And I mean, this is totally valued at just about $10,000. If you just scroll it just one more time, dear friends, that's the value. It's $9,782. That's the value. If you were to piecemeal all of what we just shared with you and put it together, the all-inclusive trip value is really nearly $10,000. I'm delighted to say it's $997. That's the Limitless Mind System. Let's give a round of applause to Jim Kwik and the Kwik Learning team for putting such a great job together. And thank you so much for those who've signed up. Again, it's great to have you. Linda, Keith, welcome. Angela, welcome. Stephen, welcome. Oh, Stephen bought 2 for his son and himself. Fantastic. Andrea, you're welcome. I mean, the list is going on. This is fantastic. So, without much further ado, we've got to show you and yet again share with you our dear friend, Scott, the human calculator. Now, what's amazing about him is this. He continues to embody. Say again? Fantastic. We're actually before Scott. Let's just share with you a video that really gives rise to the reason why the Limitless Mind System is for you. Let's take a look.
You have greatness inside of you that's waiting to be awakened. Your life is like an egg. If an egg is broken by an outside force, life ends. But if an egg is broken by an inside force, guess what? Life begins. Imagine spending just 15 minutes a day for the next 21 days with me virtually at your convenience, where I take you through each step of dispelling your limiting beliefs, getting clear on the vision of your future self, and integrating simple tactics that give you greater results so you can grow to give back and support those around you. You will be equipped with mental models for not only surviving, but thriving in the world of digital distraction and overwhelm, creating sustainable mental energy, and having learning strategies at your fingertips to save you time and live more of your purpose. This is what just some of our Limitless Minds students have to say.
It applies to everything. Teaches us how to use our brains, how to exercise our brains. As an actress, I go through a lot of scripts. So memorizing my scripts, understanding my scripts, breaking them down with the who, what, when, where, and why, and how that's helped. And a lot of this stuff are things you're taught almost as a child, but we forget as adults, and we forget how it applies to everything we're doing in our everyday life, especially in our careers.
I was really humbled by his approach and his ways and his kindness, and now spending 2 days with him just reaffirms that he's one of the few in the world that we would love to spend a lot of time with. I think that the simplicity he brings to the process is just shocking, even though it's extremely effective. So I would say that it's a no-brainer. It's amazing to be with an individual who actually cares and wants you to improve and really up your game to whatever level you would like to go. There's no pressure on or no benchmarking. It's just you versus you.
I basically heard Jim Quick and what he was doing, and I decided I wanted to actually kind of do a deep dive and just kind of immerse myself in the learnings, actually. I think what's helped me the most during this intensive event is just learning strategies and things that I didn't know existed that have given me a whole new perspective about learning, actually. I came specifically because I wanted to learn about speed reading, I wanted to learn about memorization, but I got so much more than that. There's, in my opinion, very few people that are really masters at what they do, and they've spent years and decades and not only thousands of dollars on learning and research, but hours and hours. And so it's a very rare occasion to actually be able to be with someone in a very intimate environment and have them just share personally, specifically for you and your needs and the other group of people that are there with you. So it's just a unique occasion. I think there's very few people that, if you can find yourself, and Jim's definitely one of them.
I really admire all of the work that he has done to help people really maximize their potential and to believe in themselves. This is an area I work with soldiers and veterans, and many of those soldiers and veterans return from war with a mild traumatic brain injury that may be undiagnosed. And so some of the memory techniques that I learned from Jim at an earlier conference really inspired me to learn more about how to develop and rejuvenate and rebuild our brains. So this was a perfect opportunity for me to learn more so that I can then teach more.
I'm a huge believer in mindset, so I love when Jim reminds us, listen, you have a good memory, you just have to work on it. You just have to work it like any other muscle in our body. So I would highly recommend this. I do recommend it. I've already told probably 20, 30 people, like, hey, we're getting older, not that we're old. We have to work at our memory. We have to focus on it and practice it. And I have gotten so much better at names. And I really do think that people feel valued when you use their name.
As I mentioned, your success is our success. So thank you for joining our Limitless community and attending the Limitless Learner Virtual Summit. I look forward to being your coach and supporting your transformation with the Limitless Mind System. I look forward to seeing you inside.
Your hands together for Jim Quick and the Quick Learning team for such a great offer. And please stand up, get to your feet. No more tapping, no more waiting. We're going to actually welcome back to the stage our dear friend who is the complete embodiment, a living demonstration of a limitless mind. Friends, please put your hands together in welcoming back Scott, the human calculator.
Thank you. I'm going to use you for helping me pick the names.
Let's go.
All right?
Let's do it.
Hey, hi everybody. How you doing? Glad to be back. Today we're going to do something a little bit different. I first want to thank you all for the reactions on social media. The messages I'm getting are just very humbling and awesome, and I'm very grateful for Jim Quick and his team to invite me to be a part of this. And so I just want to make sure he knows how grateful I am. My next project is an event called the National Counting Bee. It's like the National Spelling Bee, but it's a counting bee. And so I'm going to explain how it works. So you have a minute to think about it, but we're looking for a handful of volunteers to attempt to be part of the first ever quick counting bee, all right? And so here's how it works. All you have to do is count by 3 for 15 seconds. It's based off of my Guinness World Record. They gave me 15 seconds to count by that number I demonstrated for you. And so we're going to pick, Richard's going to pick 5 people, and you really got to get his attention to do this. But here is before you do that, here's the trick. Nobody is going to start at 0. I'm not going to say start at 0, count by 3, go. And then I'm going to time you for 15 seconds. The way it works is every participant will get a random starting number. So when you get on stage, you might have to start at 7 and count by 3. So you'd have to say 10, 13, 16, 19, 22. So don't volunteer to embarrass yourself, all right? I don't want to embarrass anybody, so make sure you can do this. If I ask you to start at 5 and count by 3, you got 15 seconds, and we're going to see how many answers each person gets in that 15 seconds and crown a champion here and now at the quick counting bee, all right? So, Richard, you want to go first? Just show people, because you're good at Jim Quick. Oh, you're not mic'd up.
He's
Bummer.
not mic'd up. But let me ask you a question. Are we going to pick one person at a time?
Yeah, one at a time, and you're going to get 15 seconds. I've got a stopwatch, and then I'll also be making sure you get all the right answers. So let's see. Do we have any volunteers first off?
You've got to make yourself seen, though. You've got to, like, what would being seen look like?
We got right there. Okay, we got it.
So well, let's go into room number 1 for starters to the studio. Sue Beltran. She's gotten so incredibly excited, she knocked everything over in her living room. So Sue, come on in. You're with Scott, the human calculator.
So Sue, I have the clock, okay? And now let's make sure we can hear her. There she is. Hi, how you doing?
Okay, I'm getting nervous now.
Testing. So just do me a 3, 6, 9, 12 so I can hear you clearly.
3, 6, 9, 12.
Okay, here we go. No pressure, okay? I've got the stopwatch. I'll give you the problem and it'll say go. And you'll have 15 seconds, and we'll see where you end up, okay? Are you ready?
I guess so.
Here we go. Start at 4, count by 3, go.
7, 10, 13, 17.
13 plus 3.
6, 16, 19, 21.
19 plus 3.
22, 25.
Stop.
28.
Okay, you got to 28, started 4, so you got 8 answers. Thank you for trying. And now next on, who else? Now you feel it, you see what's going on?
So I'm gonna pick the next one, but I got to just point something out. Jim and I are watching next door here, and folks, this is, and Sue, enjoy your lunch. This is not, I repeat, this is not about a good brain or a bad brain. This is about a trained brain. And this is a great example of how to train one, yes?
Absolutely. This is what I use. After I visit schools and do my performance and get all the kids the secret to numbers and stuff, we get the teachers pick the top 10 kids in the school, and we do this little counting bee. So we just want to make sure we find the fastest human calculator in this event today. Right. So who's next, Richard?
So who's next? But they got to make themselves visible. They got to start showing what they really want. Brian Sakowski, that's not enough. I need to see more. Like, Marcus is getting there. Okay, Brian Sakowski, you sold me. Room number 1, come on in. You're with Scott, the human calculator.
Okay, let's see Brian. Let me see. Hey, Brian, how you doing?
Fantastic.
What's your birthday, Brian?
Ready to go.
What's your birthday?
June 2nd.
What year?
72.
You were born on a Friday, okay? Just so you know. All right, here we go. Start at 5, count by 3, go.
8, 11, 14, 17, 20, 23, 26, 29, 32, 35, 38, 41, 44, 47, 50, 53, 56, 59.
Time.
62.
You got to 59. You started at 5. That means the difference of 54. You were counting by 3, so that means you got 18 answers. You went over 1 answer per second. Very impressive. On the leaderboard right now, okay?
Well done,
Richard,
Brian.
who
Well
is
done.
next?
Well, let's see who's getting the most attention. Let me go up close over here. I see a couple of people really trying to get attention. I think Andrea O'Brien, room number 2, she takes the cake right now. I see you, Jenna. I see you, Terry.
Let's see Andrea.
I see Keisha as well.
Hey, Andrea, how you doing? What's your birthday? Do you want to share it with me? Oh, I can't hear you. Can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Yeah, her mic's not on.
Go ahead and try to mute. We can go back to her. You want to figure if you can you got to hit that mute button or unmute.
Yeah. We'll have to swap out.
Yep. Okay. Next one.
We'll come back to you, Andrea.
She's probably going to win too. Take your time. Figure it out.
Let's go up to Terry Marquise though, because he's been really, really anxious there. And I see Charlotte. Charlotte might have to be next in America, but
hey, Terry, I remember you from yesterday. How you doing, Terry? Oh, I can't hear you either. It's not me, right?
So this is not you. No. Studio, what do you think? Is it them?
Oh, that's funny. They're all saying they can hear her, and I
can hear.
Yeah, I hear her before.
That was weird. Okay, hey, go figure. Okay, you ready? What was your birthday?
My birthday, February 26, 1966.
56 or 66?
66.
Saturday. I was going to say Saturday. You were born on a Saturday, okay?
Okay.
Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Start at 7, count by 3, go.
10, 13, 16, 19, 22, 25, 28, 31, 34, 37, 40, 43, 46.
Time. 49. I'll give you 49. All right, you started at 7. You got a difference of 42. That means you got 14 answers in 15 seconds. You're almost right at that. So you're in second place, okay?
Well done, Terry.
Okay.
Well done, Terry.
Thank you.
Let's stick in room 2. We got America N. Let her come on in, and I think Charlotte's on deck. Come on in, America.
America? Is that her name?
Look at her background. Like, how do I say no to that?
Thanks,
That's amazing.
America.
Look at that.
And what's your birthday?
5/11/73.
5/11 what?
73.
Oh, you were born on a Friday.
Yes.
Yeah, and you turned 21 on a Wednesday. Good for you. Okay, so you ready to go?
Okay, yes.
Start at 8. Count by 3. Go.
8, 11, what is it? 14, 17, 20, 20. I'm nervous.
Time. That's okay. Hey, listen, thank you for trying. Great enthusiasm. No worries. Now, you know you just need to...
I registered for the program, so I know I'm only going to get better.
That's
Very good. You're right.
Well done, America.
Okay, we
Well
got
done.
one more, right?
We have one more, and I got to say...
Oh, Jim, you're good.
I got to say, Keisha's looking pretty good. Oh, my God, man. I mean, Charlotte, you kind of was like Keisha Shepherd, room number 2. I see you, Scott. I see you, Jeremiah. Oh, man, I'm going to get hurt.
Okay, who we got coming up?
We should have Keisha Shepherd in room number 2, and she's still going. Like, I mean, she's still dancing.
Keisha, let's see.
All right.
Keisha, hi, how you doing? I can't hear her. Maybe it's just me again.
She's muted.
I didn't unmute.
There you are. Hi, Keisha. What's your birthday?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What's your birthday?
I don't want to give you the year, but April 25th.
Okay, do you know what day of the week you were born on?
Yeah, Saturday.
Okay, the years that fell on a Saturday were 1970.
Don't worry about that.
1981. Yeah, it keeps going. All right, anyway. Okay, you ready, Keisha? Here we go. Start at 4, count by 3, go.
All right. 7, 10, 13, 16, 19, 22, 25, 28, 21, 24.
28 plus 3.
27, 30. 24 plus 3 or 20?
28 plus 3.
28 plus 3, 21.
Time.
24.
Sorry, Keisha. I had this.
21.
Once you make a mistake, I'll tell you the last correct answer you had and give you that
kept
rest
saying
of your
go
time.
down to 21.
But it's funny because a lot of people, when they're counting by 3, starting at a random number, they will fall back into the numbers that they're used to, that they've memorized, 21, 24, 27, even if you're not starting at 0. So that's okay, Keisha. Great job. Okay, now, folks,
we got time
Jim here?
No, we got time. We got time because this is a blast. Who's having fun? Just put your hands up.
Thank you, everybody.
Because we got to see. I think I got to see. Hold on, Jeremiah Reel. Jeremiah Reel with Gene Daniels as a runner-up. Let's bring in Jeremiah Reel in room number 2.
Okay, so Jeremiah, let's see. He's going to pop up here in a second.
Remember, when you get on into the room, just unmute yourself when you get in. There
Hey,
it is.
Jeremiah. Wow, you're ready.
Hey.
Hey,
Ready to
what's
go.
your birthday, Jeremiah?
January 31st, 1983.
That was on a Monday, about 3:30.
Right on.
Okay.
You got it.
So, you ready? Okay, I was kidding about the 3:30. Here we go. Start at 11. Count by 3. Go.
14, 17, 20, 23, 26, 29, 32, 35, 38, 41, 44, 47, 50, 53, 56, 59, 62, 65, 68, 71, 74,
Time.
77.
74. You started at 11. You got a difference of 63. Counting by 3, that gives you 21 answers and first place.
Wow.
Okay, we got one more. Did you have one more? Can we get Jim in?
We have one more, Jim. What do you think?
You said somebody else back up. Or
I
something,
know,
that's
but
why.
we got some really good people that are dancing away. Hold on, let me keep taking a look.
Let me go.
Yeah, watch this. You guys, we were at dinner last night, and Jim and his crew just treating us so great here. I can't even tell you. It's just, even in the middle of a hurricane, everything's first class. Jim is just a great guy. So watch this. Jim, here he is. Jim Quick, you ready? Now, this is not practice. I'm going to give you a random starting number, and you're going to count by 3. Are you ready?
Count by 3?
Yes, you're going to count by 3 for 15
Okay, I
seconds.
haven't done this before.
Okay, no pressure. Here we go.
What number?
I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
I'm thinking
Sorry.
I'm going to make it. Oh, I got it. I got a good
Can I
one.
have
Here we go.
Can I have some encouragement here?
Hey, yeah, please, everybody. let's
Jeremiah
see.
was like, that was amazing.
Yeah, 21 is the leaderboard.
That's going to be a tough one.
Here we go. Start at 13. Count by 3. Go.
16, 19, 22, 25, 28, 31, 34, 37, 40, 43, 47, 50.
46. 43 plus 6.
46.
Yep. keep
46,
going.
49, 52, 55, 58, 61, 64, 67, 70, 73.
Time. 73. You started at
Jeez.
13. You got a difference of 60. You got 20 answers. You lost by 1. We have a winner.
Good job.
Very good. And so keep an eye out for this. I'm doing a counting bee in Albany, New York in October to sort of show people how it works. And then I'll be launching it in each state and nationally and then internationally because it works in every country in every language. So I just wanted to introduce it to you all. There's a word out there called innumeracy. It's like illiteracy with numbers. And my goal as the human calculator is to help people overcome their innumeracy. And counting, this simple exercise, it's called skip counting, is a simple way to measure your progress on your numeracy. And so my goal is to reach every kid on the planet Earth before they're 9 years old so they can see how every number goes back to 9 and wire that in and give them that basic foundation of number sense so they can participate in the counting bee. All right? So we'll have more. Now, yeah.
Well, we have to announce the winner, no?
Yes, go ahead.
So is it in your opinion that it's Jeremiah Reel?
Jeremiah with 21, very impressive. Jeremiah, you are the counting bee, the quick counting bee champion. And now just so you all know, at Jim's Limitless meeting coming up next year out in LA, we'll do a little bit more extravagant counting bee with some cool prizes and really, make you a celebrity if you win this thing, okay?
Well, for Jeremiah, he gets a quick learning value pack. So we're giving him a gift for actually not only becoming number 1, but beating out Jim himself.
And if you think you could have beaten that score, send me a message. Let me know. We're looking. There will be an open division in the National Counting Bee, so it's open to everybody as well as the students.
So Jeremiah, if you want to claim that prize, just write info@quicklearning.com. Let us know that you won the Math Bee, and let's give it up for the human calculator.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks again.
All right. I was trying to figure out how to transition for that. I want to do it again. I want to do 17, 20, 23, 26, 29, 32, 35, 38, 41, 44, 47. But this is great exercise. You know, the idea behind limitless learners, there's no such thing as a good or bad memory or good or bad brain. There's a trained brain and untrained brain. It's a wonderful way of training your brain using the tool of the universal language, which is numbers. All right, I'm going to get back to speed reading. All right, I'm going to focus this session on how many of you would like to not only read faster, but understand more? Even if you're not reading it faster, understand more of what you read, right? So I'm going to talk about a little bit about smart reading and how you could read. All of my coaching clients over the past 30 years, the standard is getting people to read one book a week. You know, just like counting. 19, 22, 25, 28, 31, 34, 37. I'm going to be doing this now. It's a great exercise. I think reading is the best exercise. Reading is to your mind what exercise is to your body. How do you read a book a week? Let me talk about that. Let me do a little bit more practice with you for speed reading and talk a little bit about reading comprehension. A couple of things you could do to boost your reading comprehension, even if you're not reading it faster. All right. How do I want to do this? All right. The average, how many of you would like to read a book a week? All right. 52 books a year. I mean, that puts you in a different class. Especially those of you, some of you doubled your reading speed after just one practice session. Imagine if you read 4 hours a day, emails and journals and reports, you know, social media, research, whatever you're reading, and you double your reading speed, you save 2 hours a day. What's 2 hours a day over the course of a year? Do we need to bring Scott back in? It's like, that's a lot of mental math. So 365 times 2, right? 730. And so the idea here is you save 730 hours. Let's make it really simple. Power of one. Let's say you read faster, you save 1 hour a day, which is very, very realistic. How many hours is that? Put it in the chat. 365 hours. We all could do that math, hopefully. And then, and that's great that Scott's going to be at our conference. So we have so many fun things planned. That's 365 hours. If you're mentally divide that by the number 40, like 40 hours in a week, what number do you have from there? How many weeks approximately? 9, Ruth. Yeah, absolutely. 9, more than 9 weeks of productivity you get back. That's like 9 weeks is 2 months. You get 2 months just saving an hour. How many of you would love to get an extra 2 months of extra time a year? So that's the power of reading, right? So let me show you how you can get through one book a week. We can just do math. I'll just turn the rest of it today to math. So the average, when I was writing my book, I went on Amazon. I found out the medium number of words in a book is 64,000 approximately. And let's say the average person reads, I don't know, 200 words per minute. Many of you, even after that practice, read more than 200 words a minute. But let's just say a base of 200 words per minute. 64,000 divided by 200 is what? 320 minutes to get through one book, right? So if you're and again, let me contextualize this. Okay, I'm going to go through the math. 64,000 divided by 200 words per minute equals about 320 minutes to get through one book for the average reader, let's say. If you divide 320 by 7 days in a week, that comes out to be about 45 minutes. So 45 minutes a day for 1 week will get you through one book. All right, so I just want to just make this realistic. I mean, 45 minutes is a lot of time and many of us are very, very busy. It could be 20 minutes in the morning, 25 minutes in the afternoon, and it could give you that edge. So it's not really impossible to read one book a week. Now think about it. What would you read? You know, many of you know that when I learned these skills when I was 18, I started to tutor. And one of my very first students, she was a college freshman, she read 30 books in 30 days. 30 books in 30 days. And many of you know, I asked her this question, like, not how, I taught her how. I want to know her purpose. You know, going back to purpose times energy times small, simple steps. And I she told me that her mother was dying of terminal cancer. Doctors gave her mom 2 months to live, and the books she was reading were books to save her mom's life. I said prayers, good wishes. 6 months later, I get a call from this young lady, and she's crying profusely. And when she stops, I realize they're tears of joy, that her mother not only survived, but is really getting better. Doctors don't know how, they don't know why. The doctors were calling it a miracle. But her mother attributed 100% to the great advice she got from her daughter, who learned it from all these books. And, you know, in that moment, I realized two things. I realized that if knowledge is power, then reading is your superpower. If knowledge is power, reading and learning is your superpower. And I realized also my mission in my life is helping people in this area, right? So I also found my dharma, my mission. And so 45 minutes a day. Now, let's say we tripled your reading speed. Like, that's what we graduate people in 21 days. So you're reading something instead of 45 minutes, triple would be 15 minutes a day. So it's, you know, I remember there used to be, across from my office, there used to be a Borders Books. Does anyone remember Borders Books? I used to go across the street during my lunch break, and I would get my tea with the L-theanine and everything, the green tea. And I would sit down, I would look at books on the shelf, and I would take one up. And I don't know, I kind of feel a little bad about this. I would read it, finish it, and I would put it back, right? But I think I've bought a lot of books there and sent a lot of our clients there anyway, so I feel okay with that. But it's a real superpower to be able to have. For 4.5 years, I read one book a day, because I'm just so, you know, this high of learning new ideas. And the idea that you don't go to bed, your head, right, doesn't hit the pillow the same as, you know, that was the same as when it woke up. It's just different because you've invested in your own knowledge. And that's the best way to upgrade your brain. So those are some ideas. Let's practice this again, all right? Because practice makes what? Progress, right? So put your fingers out. Let's do the infinity sign. If you want, you could take your finger and just do a one like this, or you could take a pen and look at the top of the pen. But what I want you to do is put it out in front of you and just follow the infinity sign, and you're not moving your head. So this is where the review comes in. You're just staring at the top of your finger or the pen, and you're making it like an 8 on its side. And slow down. You want to do this very slow. Remember, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Please breathe. For those of you I see in my peripheral vision that are holding their breath. And then go backwards. So this is an exercise. It's an eye exercise, right? It helps you to kind of strengthen those muscles. You're going side to side. You kind of see the box, right? And what's in the corners there, improving maybe some of your peripheral vision also as well. All right. What I want you to do now is I want you to pick up where you left off. And I just want you to do one more round of practice. I'm not going to even time you. The book right side up. And I want you just to read left to right and just go back and forth and read for your comprehension. Don't go any faster than you can understand. You don't have to time it or count or anything. But I just want you to, you're going right above the page. You could touch the page if you want. I don't, because when you go faster, the friction again, or touching the screen, you're going to move things around. But just go left to right. Just practice it. And just let's integrate the skill a little bit. Just go left to right, left to right. All right, stop. Let me give you some coaching. First of all, tell me how that felt compared to the first time you tried it. Put it in the chat, please, on YouTube Live, in the VIP Zoom chat. How did that feel the second time? A bit better, smoother, faster, more focused? good, more natural. And it still feels a little bit different, right? Because, you know, when you learn how to tie your shoe, you learn how to type, it feels a little different. It's kind of like typing. I mentioned this to the VIPs, but when I was in middle school, we had a typing class with real typewriters, right? And they did a test for everybody and had like a leaderboard on the chalkboard. They didn't have whiteboards back then. And I was number one. And this is the first time I've ever excelled in any class, all through elementary school, middle school, and then certainly beyond that. And the reason why is when I would visit grandparents, they didn't have any toys. And so, but they had this rusty, dusty typewriter. And I just would play with that. And I invented this kind of two-finger method, right? And I would do that, and I was like, wow, number one, quick. And I was like, wow, that kind of makes sense. Because I was always kind of nicknamed slow, because I was in all the slow classes and kind of teased about that. So I had a sense of, for the first time, pride. And then about a week of just doing it like this, the teacher said, okay, I'm going to teach you how to type. And I honestly was like, well, no, I'm ready to take the test. Like, I'm good at this. And they're like, no, you have to use all your fingers, and there's these home keys and everything. And it's interesting because I tried it, but what do you think happened to my typing speed? It went down, right? And of course, I want to stay number one, so I continued doing what I was doing, use my two fingers. Interesting thing happened about a week into it. Everybody else, they didn't type or do anything, so it was easy for them to change. I went from number one to number three to number like 9. And Scott would say 9 is fine, but I was just really upset with 9. And then I went all the way to the bottom. And it took my slow brain all that time to realize that, hey, that's not fair. Everyone else is using 5 times more fingers. So I have to work that 5 times harder to get the same kind of results. And I realized that now I'm a very fast typer, but I would have to sometimes in life you have to take a step back to take leaps forward, right? To unlearn. And a big part, again, becoming a limitless learner is unlearning our limits, because these limits were learned. Like I wasn't born thinking I was broken. I learned that I was broken because somebody told me that, right? And so reading is the same thing. And what we want to do is kind of vive new ways. I mentioned in the VIP, which we're going to do in a little bit, and Jess Ordner will be with us also as well, coming in, so to have your questions ready. The typing, do you ever wonder why the keyboard is the way it is? Like, it's not A, B, C, D, or why do you think it is the way? I'm curious. Does anyone? Why would you guess? Many of you know, but if you don't know, what would you guess is? Because you think it's optimized, right? It would be optimized by the frequency that you're going to use certain letters, because certain letters are used more. You want to optimize it into finger placement so you could go more efficiently. And that's actually not the reason. The reason it's spread out like this is actually to slow you down massively. Because those of you of our generation that remembers this, like before computers, like what would happen on a typewriter if you went too fast? It would jam up, right? Those legs would jam up, and then you have to like peel them back and everything. So it's actually, the keyboard is designed not to optimize, but actually to slow you down. And I'm not saying it's a conspiracy at all, but it's interesting how some things don't change, that we still go back to the old way, even there's something way more efficient. Same thing with reading, if that makes sense. Same thing with memory. How do people memorize things? They repeat it. They repeat the name 100 times. They repeat the 10 keys to a better brain 100 times. They repeat that grocery list of 10 brain foods 100 times. But I imagine most of you still remember that grocery list and the 10 keys to limitless brain, and you learned it once, right? And so when you understand how your memory works, you can work your memory. Same thing with reading. Like, I don't even think it's speed reading that we're graduating people on. I just think it's normal reading, right? When people read 200 words a minute and it's light fiction or something, relatively easy to understand, I call it snailing, because it feels like don't you sometimes feel when you're reading, it's like you're going at such a slow pace, and you're like, how many more pages do I have? And that's not the kind of experience we want people to have. So part of what we're doing the next 6 months together is strategically unlearning bad habits, and then your natural genius kind of flows from that. So it's reading, memory, focus, thinking, making better decisions, everything that getting into flow, changing your habits, all the whole curriculum that we have for you. Now, for those of you who join the Limitless Mind, I highly recommend you go through the memory program, because 31 days of memory training, you're just going to remember everything else after that, and you could do it at your own pace. You can skip a day if you want to. I encourage you, though, 15 minutes a day. The first day I show you how to memorize a periodic table. I show you how to memorize languages. I show you how to memorize all these things that you might not believe is possible. But the way I tackle limiting beliefs when it comes to mindset, tapping is certainly a tool that I use on a regular, but also getting yourself to do something you never thought you could do. Like, some of you are reading 50% faster. Some of you double your reading speed. Some of you never thought you could remember 10 keys to a better brain forwards and backwards. But then it challenges your presumptions or your lies, your limited ideas entertained, saying, wow, if I could do that in just a handful of minutes, what else can I do? After 6 months, right? You're a totally different person with a totally different life, because everything comes from this, right? All right, so let me give you a little bit of coaching based on what I saw when you're reading. Just to optimize this a little bit, a lot of you were reading like this. So how do I put this? When I'm looking at this book, and this is actually one of Richard Dolan's book. It's book's Performance: Decoding Human Excellence Through Sports Psychology. So I thought of using this rather than Limitless. So if I'm having this book, a lot of you I'm watching, you have the book flat on the table in front of you, right? Now, if I'm looking at this book and the book is flat, is it easier or harder to read? Are the words bigger or smaller at this angle? It's harder because the words are smaller at this angle. So the idea here is what some of you will do in order to see it better, you're either having the book here at a bad habit, and it's harder over time to read because it's going to strain your eyes. Now, some of you are fixing that by keeping the book there and you're just bending over. You know what the problem is? We talk about in the Limitless Mind System, there's learning styles, visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. We all have different ways of processing information, right? When you collapse like this, what happens? What do you notice happens? Neck pain, sure. Poor posture, strains your neck. Your neck, your head is like a bowling ball, right? So just having it like this puts an immense amount of strain on your spine and your neck. Poor breathing, lack of oxygen. So notice, unconsciously, if your book is here and you want to be able to see the words bigger, you compensate by dropping your head. And when you collapse your diaphragm, the lower 1/3 of your lungs absorbs 2/3 of the oxygen. I'll repeat that. When you collapse your diaphragm, you're not doing the deep breathing anymore because you're collapsing it. The lower 1/3 of your lungs absorbs 2/3 of the oxygen. All right? And you wonder why you get tired, because you're not getting enough air and oxygen to your brain. Now, knowing this, if you don't want to collapse your body like this and you go more in a kinesthetic mode, this is visual mode. Right? Visual mode is this, where your posture is this. The words you use change, right? You have a very bright future, visual words, right? As opposed to, I feel downright upset, downright, I just feel, into my feelings, right? So if you're doing this and you still want to see it bigger, then what do? If you keep this up, then you have to, if you're not moving your body, what do you have to move? Your book, right? So just a couple things that will help optimize over time. It's fine if you're reading for 5 minutes, right? But if you're sitting down and really studying, over time, you're not going to have the mental endurance. And so, especially for your eyes. And a lot of people would want to get an updated doctor, get their eyes checked also, because it's really hard to read faster if things are blurry. And that's kind of obvious. So you go like this, and when I'm reading, I'll give you another tip. When you're going across the page, right, here to here, another way to read faster is you don't have to go margin to margin. Do it when you're practicing. But you'll notice that your peripheral vision could see the word to your left and to your right, even if it's not trained. Do you see that? Like, look at one word, any word on your book, and soften your gaze a little bit. Can you see what's on the left and to the right? They call that a fixation. So a fixation is an eye stop. A fixation is an eye stop. So when you're reading, let's say there are 10 words per line, what your eyes are doing is they're going 1, 2, 3, 4, stop, start, stop, start, stop, start, stop 10 times across the page. That's very exhausting for your eyes, right? If you soften your peripheral vision, you could see like 3 or 4 words, then you only have to make like 2 or 3 stops across the page. And you're not back skipping because you're using your finger, right? So you're not unconsciously rereading words because the finger helps you move forward. So what I'd love for you to do, one of the things you don't do it now, well, yeah, let's do it now. Pick up where you left off, and then instead of going all the way margin to margin, just kind of go in a few centimeters or maybe an inch in and an inch from your left and to your right, and just go more towards the middle. And still notice you could still see the words at the ends, at the start and the beginning. Just feel that. Just take a moment. I'm not going to time you, but just practice going left and right. And stop for a second and notice, like, if your understanding is less, notice if you're talking to yourself, right? If you're talking to yourself saying, is this really working? Am I doing this right? You're not going to understand what you read. Is that fair? So the idea here is through habit, if you're doing it, eventually you're not going to hear that talk, right? Because you'll be focused on the act of doing it. And that only comes through a little bit of practice. Remember, unconscious incompetence. You don't know speed reading exists, so you're unconsciously incompetent. Then conscious incompetence, you don't know how to speed read. And then conscious competence, you're beginning to become more consciously competent, where you could do it, but it takes your conscious effort and attention. The goal, though, over the 21 days of practice that we have in our course is unconscious competence, where you practice it so much, it's just how you read. You're not even consciously aware you're doing it. Like, you're not consciously aware you're driving or tying your shoes, or when you're typing, you're not thinking about each key, you're just doing it naturally. And that's really the goal. The only way to get there, though, is through training and practice, right? And so I would encourage you, even if you're not, quick reading is a different program. We cover a couple of days in the Limitless Mind program. You can find it online, or maybe our team could put a link if you're interested in it. But I would save that for after the memory program, right? Because then when you have the memory program, you're going to remember everything that you read as it is, right? But my goal here and today and the time that we have is to give you those tips. So just notice, the book placement. Somebody asked if the book is really heavy, like, then just lean it on the table, right? So or you could cross your legs and I could put it right here on my knee and I could just look at it, and I'm still keeping my upward posture, my visual modality, and I could just underline it here, and the weight of the book could be supported on your knee, or it could be supported on your desk, right? So and everyone's a little bit idiosyncratic based on their muscles and how they're used to moving their body, but you could get used to any of this. Even like these exercises that we've done, you get used to it after doing it a few times. Like even this third time of just reading with your finger, was it easier? Yeah, and you only did it like 30 seconds, 30 seconds, and 30 seconds, right? You practiced for maybe 2 minutes. Imagine if you practiced it like 5 minutes a day, every day, the difference, and ingraining that, and it becomes a level of second nature, which is really, really the goal here. All right, so we're unlearning bad habits to learn something brand new. And just like somebody mentioned this, is it a conspiracy with the typing? Some people suggest that, because what happened when you tried to use your finger, because you naturally did when you were a kid in school? What were you taught when you tried to use your finger? Your kids tried to use their finger. No, right? And depending on what kind of school system you went to, I have friends that went through a school system where they had rulers and they would hit your finger, right, to be able to not. And I'm not saying it's a conspiracy to keep you reading slow so you're uneducated and can be controlled. I'm not saying that at all. But it's interesting just to have that open mind to doing new things. And then ultimately, you are the expert of you. Like, all I say is you don't have to believe everything I'm saying. This is just honed over all the academic papers I read and real life experience of working with literally millions of individuals worldwide. So I'd have to be not so smart to not see that there's a pattern to genius. But I'm just saying, test it for yourself. That's why I always say, like, all our stuff is measurable. Even in Limitless Mind, we test your focus, we test your reading, we test your memory before and after. This is how many names and faces we show you right on video. There's videos where I pull people on stage and introduce themselves. You try to remember them, and I teach you a technique, and then afterwards, it's always this lift, right? And so those are a couple ideas to optimize your reading. You could practice it, as you like. And then you'll get to a point where you could read as fast as you could speak, a little bit higher. And then there's something called a sub-vocalization threshold. We mentioned sub-vocalization, that inner voice that keeps you reading slow. That takes training to get past that threshold. Because you could use your finger, but you're probably only going to go, if you're saying the words, as fast as you could speak, right? Which might be 400 words a minute, But when we're graduating people at 800 or 1,000 words per minute, they have to, nobody can talk that fast. The Guinness Book World Records, she has the same birthday as me. Her name is Fran Capo. She's in the Guinness Book World Records. She has been at our events and everything else, kind of like Scott, but for speaking. She broke the... So she speaks upwards of 650 words per minute, which is like 10 words per second. I honestly can't imagine like being married and having like a fight, like a debate with her, because it's gonna be over before it even starts. But even she can't read faster than 600 something words a minute because she can't talk that fast, right? We've done some media together where I'm reading and she's speaking, and it's kind of fun. But like she has this thing where she does bedtime stories, where she does like really, really fast. So you know what it sounds like, because if you put my audiobook at 3x, it's like that fast, right? All right, so let's go in a little bit more into reading comprehension. By the way, Richard Dolan, you could probably get this book online. It's all about performance. All right, let me give you some tips on reading comprehension, and then we're going to do some Q&A. Dr. Leaf speaks fast, and you love her. Awesome. All right. All right, there are 3 keys for reading comprehension. 3 parts are you read, and it has to start with that. You can't have comprehension. The first step is you read. The second is you relate, and then you write. And I'm just going to use an R because, I just have to, I'm kind of like OCD about alliteration. All right, you read, you relate, and you write. Because comprehension, you could train yourself to have better comprehension. You could train yourself to have better comprehension. It's a muscle. And so let me give you an idea. So you read for your 15 minutes of practice a day, right? Or however long you're reading something. What I'm asking you to do afterwards is talk about what you read. Remember I talked about the explanation effect to accelerate your learning to become more limitless learner? I want you to get in the habit of when you read something, fiction or nonfiction. Now, by the way, these trainings, it might be easier to practice with fiction in the beginning to get the motor skill of following your eyes through the page, because it's just going to be more understandable, right? I reserve nonfiction. I read mostly nonfiction, right? I do read fiction every night, though, because I don't want to read neuroscience and all the other books that I'm very interested in at night, because it puts me into my executive brain. I start thinking, and I want to clear, right? So fiction reading helps me to just more relax. And also, by the way, fiction reading, for those of you who are obsessed with nonfiction, fiction reading, there's some real benefits. It has been shown to boost your EQ, your emotional quotient, improve your empathy, improve your imagination, the narrative, and seeing things from different points of view. Also, so many benefits, right? So you read, and what I'm going to ask you to do is spend 5 minutes relating. So you're talking to somebody about what you just read. And now in the beginning, it might be a little bit difficult because you're not used to it. And that's why we're exercising this muscle of neuroplasticity. That's why I had Dr. Leaf come in. And I can't wait for many of you to meet her in person, because we have a mastery lesson we're going to go through. Plus, she's in our book club in September. So we'll be reading her book together, and you get another dose of her in book club. to answer your questions and everything else. So you're going to relate and talk for 5 minutes, and ideally you're talking to somebody else. And if you're done talking after 3 minutes, that person you're talking to would ask you questions to prompt more comprehension. Does that make sense? And so, like, literally, the best case scenario is you're practicing this with somebody, right? You know, connect even with somebody in the community and, you know, create our book club, and you could read together, and you could connect in our Facebook group, whatever, and then you become learning buddies. And we have so many relationships. We even had a couple get married in our community recently. This, because we shared values, right? You know, you're positive, you're growing together, and you have similar values. You want to make a difference, but that you want to find somebody who could relate to what you just read in whatever time you read in 5 minutes. And so the best case scenario, you're doing somebody with you. Otherwise, do it on Zoom with somebody, or call somebody up, and they call you, and you're talking. You're like, hey, before we talk about our plans this weekend, let me just tell you for 5 minutes about what I'm reading. Right? And then just talk about it. That's relating. So the best thing is talk to a live person. Or if you can't, talk to your pets. That's second best. If not, talk to your plants. It's actually really good for your plants, right? We have certain plants in our home that cleans the air and everything else like that. But talking to your plants, the carbon dioxide, you know, from your exhale actually is what the plants, you know, really thrive on. Talk to your plants. Or talk to a water bottle. That would be the least, right? Because talking to that water bottle, actually fundamentally, in my experience, there's not a big difference in terms of this exercise, talking to a water bottle and talking to your best friend. And you're thinking like, oh, what is that saying about that person? But I mean, what's important is you're not talking to who? Yourself. Because if you do it inside your own head, you're not really going to, so think about reading. You take information, words, into your eyes, you're processing it, right, with your brain, and then to put it out verbally, you have to know it better. And notice when you're talking about it, you're not going to use the author's words, you're going to use whose words? Your words. So it becomes very personal for you, right? So imagine input, eyes, brain, output, mouth. And something magical happens before you express something. You have to think about it, ponder it, understand it, remember it in order for you to put it out. Especially if you're reading with the intention of talking to somebody, then you know you have to know the information. Okay, so talk to a person, either in person or over the phone or on Zoom. Talk to your pets, talk to your plant, talk to inanimate object, which is almost as good as talking to some people. And then most importantly, don't talk to yourself, as long as you're expressing. Or even talk to your phone and record it, right? Everybody, there's no excuse not to be able to do this. And then writing is taking notes about what you just read. Taking notes about what you just read. Yeah, Faye and Jenna are awesome. Can we give a hand to the team that's supporting you with all your Q&A? They're in every single live coaching call. They're running our book club discussion groups there. Your success is their success. So I'm really proud of our team. They work relentlessly to be able to serve you on this path. So you have the map of what we're building for you the next 6 months, how to get from here to there. We're optimizing your vehicle, which is your brain. So every month we're optimizing your brain, showing you how to upgrade your brain health. And then you have somebody sitting next to you, or a car full of people, you know, which is our team, helping you drive to where you need to go. And then you have a whole community that's driving together. So it's like we're a big road trip, right? And it's going to culminate in LA, you know, with a couple thousand people where we get to meet each other, and we'll totally celebrate. All right, so you read, you relate, and then you write. And then there are many different ways of writing. I will show you one. Here's a simple way of taking notes. It's kind of my version of mind mapping. For those of you familiar with mind mapping, we do teach that, you know, in the program. I want you to do this. Put a line, just take a fresh piece of paper and just draw just 4 quadrants. All right, so what I do is I will map something, and let's say this is the title of my book. Actually, we could do this together. This is a way of, we tend to remember things. If I was to put, this is not a real number, right? But just if I was to put something like this, right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, that's more than that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So let's erase this one. All right. So let's say it's a 10-digit number. In order to be able to remember that, 10 digits is a little bit beyond. There's something a study done at Harvard by George Miller saying 7 plus or minus 2. 7 minus 2 is 5, 7 plus 2 is 9. That you could generally remember things 5 to 9 pieces of information consciously, right? Once we get beyond 9, really need one of the tools that, things that we teach to get beyond your conscious attention, right? But if you were to go like this and all this, I go like this. No, I did have it right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, yeah, 1, 2, 7, 7, 10, yeah, 7, 10. Oh, no, I put the 1 there. If I was to go like this, that's 9. Then it's all of a sudden you're remembering 4 pieces of information, right? And it's a lot easier, 11 digits, right? So 4 is the magic number when it comes to memory, because if George Miller says out of Harvard that you could retain 5 to 9 bits of information, like if you met 20 people, you probably remember 5 to 9. Right? If I gave you a list of 20 words, you probably remember 5 to 9. But if you chunk things together, you could remember a lot more. So how does this work? Okay. All right, so if you can remember things in 5 to 9, so 1 less than 5 is 4. So making 4 quadrants helps you to remember things also as well. So let's map something together. Let's say we have something called, I don't know, health. Oh, oops. Let's say we have something called health, and that's the topic we want to take notes on. Maybe the book we're reading or a book we're writing, health. If we were to break health down into 4 categories, what would some of them be? Just put it in, in order to have better brain health, let's say. Just put what some of the, okay, so diet. So diet is what? What category, why are you taking diets? Why are you focused on diet? It's nutrition, right? So one category could be nutrition. So what I want you to do is break this down into 4s. And then this would say nutrition. You see that, how that works? So this category, this quadrant is nutrition, but I'm going to break nutrition down. But what else besides, I see exercise. So I want you to go like this, exercise, and then this could be exercise. What else, if there's 2 more parts that covers like 80% of health, what else would fall underneath this? Could be, okay. So let's put rest. Okay, and then if there was one more that covers like 80% of health or brain health, you have nutrition, you have exercise, you're getting rest, which can be meditation, sleep, whatever. And then what would be the last one? It could be anything. I mean, this is for the environment, emotional intelligence, being outside. All right, let's put environment for now. All right, so now notice this. This is how I write books. This is how I take notes. Nutrition. Where else do you get where do you get your nutrition? Diet. Okay, so that you could break this down into 4s, and this would be diet. Do you see that? And then if you break diet down into 4 categories, what else? How can you break down diet? What are different ways of doing it? Different types of foods? Okay, yeah. So maybe like this quadrant would be proteins, right? This could be, fats. This could be fruits and vegetables. Do you see how that works? This could be carbs. And can you break proteins down into 4 categories? Do you see how you could have here, like in protein, wild salmon related to protein, related to diet, related to nutrition, related to your brain health? Do you see that? And the reason I take notes this way is because you know what the worst way of taking notes is? Full transcripts. When university studies, I speak at a lot of universities the past 30 years, when people are tested and they have verbatim notes, They don't test as well as people capturing key ideas. The other problem with verbatim notes, imagine metaphorically you have 20 pages of notes. There could be something more important on page 17 than it is on page 1, but your brain can't linearly see that. But here you have one page view and see the relationship between all of how things are related, right? Nutrition, you could also be supplements, right? And then you could break down supplements. You have vitamins, you have minerals, you have herbs, right? You could break things down, and then all of a sudden you could break vitamins down into categories, and all of a sudden see how this specific kind of vitamin D, which is a hormone, but vitamin here is a related vitamin, which is related to supplements, related to nutrition, related to your overall health. And you could do this for everything. Can you break exercise into categories? Aerobic, anaerobic, yoga, right? You could break that down. Can you break environment down? Yeah, this could be people, relationships, because that's in your environment, right? This could be air quality or whatever. This could be water. This could be whatever. Rest could be sleep. It could be meditation. It could be, body work, whatever you're doing. You see how, so this is, and the great thing about books, everyone, is you could take 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. There's 7 habits, and all I do is chunk them into 4s. Even if there's 7, I'll chunk the couple that are together and put them in the same brackets here. And one of the best ways of taking this, even I'm taking Richard Dolan's book, is where do they give you this? Oh, thank you, Richard, for signing this. That was so sweet. I have the largest collection of signed books ever. All right, so here, how do you map this out? Really easy. His table of contents has 8 sections. So I'll just put 2 of them here, 2 of them here, 2 of them here. And then when you go into the actual chapters, I put the subheadings here. Does that make sense? And the fact that I have to think how I'm going to organize it, even if it doesn't fit perfectly into 4x4x4, forces me to really understand it so much deeper. So when I'm saying read, write, relate, read, relate, and write, this will give you an A, right? In school or whatever, but this is really anticipate. Because when you could do these things, anticipate. When you could do these things, then you could see where everything is going, right? And so I don't care which order you do, as long as reading comes first. You could read, then take notes, and then talk to your partner about it from your notes, right? So it doesn't matter if you read, really, just do, and really, this writing only takes, reading, let's say you're reading for 15 minutes, relating, you're talking about for 5 minutes, writing maybe 3 minutes, right? This is something that takes 20 minutes, 25 minutes at max. But this is not something you have to do all the time, but it's an exercise you could do over the next 63 days until it just becomes second nature. Because now I don't even have to do that. I'll do it for certain things that are very important to me. But when I read, I automatically could visualize all this, right? And I bet you, many of you could even see that grid we just did on health and wellness, just stream of consciousness. You remember what was in the top left quadrant, right? Nutrition. And you remember where everything is because that's how you see things through space. So this is just, what we've covered today is just 2 days of the quick reading program. And then I take you through certain exercises every single time. We do a speed drill every single time. And when you exit it, you're reading something in 15 minutes or max 20 minutes. It normally takes an hour, and you're understanding so much more. But even if you don't enroll in that, if you want greater speed, use your finger while you read. If you want greater comprehension, relate and then write about it. And these are just 2 tools out of dozens of tools. But these are 2 powerful fundamental tools that are easily accessible that you could use to take your learning and your life to the next level. Any quick questions you have about reading specifically? Because we're going to do a Q&A in a little bit to kind of wrap up today. Do you always use your finger, Franco? So I could read very fast because I've been doing this for 30 years, but I'll always read faster using my finger. All right, so when you train your eyes to go through the page and also upgrade your ability to think faster and absorb information faster, yes, when I don't use my finger, I'll still read faster, than most people that aren't trained. But I'll always read faster, and you will too, using your finger than not using your finger. You love the note-taking idea. It's quite hard to read through. Do you grid? How do you use the grid before you know the content? I don't use the grid before the content. I'm reading and I'm building out the content in the grid. So, you could just make this grid for yourself, right? Have this, and then you read, and then you could write, right? Then you just fill it in. And it shows you where you're lacking, where there's white space, right? Like if you were to map out, I don't know. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, or Cinderella. Let's say we're mapping out Cinderella, right? Here's something you could do with fiction. If you want to practice with fiction, then do this. The W's. Because remember I said questions are the answer when you read? This could be the who. This could be the what. If you're doing mapping out fiction, because you're not going to map out, this could be the where. And this could be the when, right? Questions are the answer. If you want greater speed, use your finger while you read. If you want greater comprehension, ask more questions. So if we're going to do something like Cinderella or Harry Potter or whatever, right? Then let's take Harry Potter, right? Harry Potter. Who would be some of the characters here? Who are some of the characters in Harry Potter, for those of you who read it? Ron, Hermione. And by the way, these all associate to brain animal. If you haven't gone to mybrainanimal.com and take that 4-minute assessment, you'll know that Harry is a cheetah, a thinking pattern of a cheetah. You'll know that Hermione is an owl, very logical and studious. You'll notice that Dumbledore is very creative, is the dolphin, right? Hagrid, who brings all the kids together and protects them, is your elephant, right? So someone could put mybrainanimal.com there. But you could put the who's here, and you could put the good guys here, or the people that are middle here, or the bad people here. But the idea here, just for questions, this could be who, this could be what, this is the plot. You're putting wherever, it doesn't matter which quadrant, but as long as it's in this quadrant, that's the plot. And then where's this story taking place? And then when is it taking place? And so this could be it could be a courthouse. It could be the when could be the future if it's a science fiction, whatever. But here's what's going to happen when you're reading fiction is some of this you're not going to know. And what's it going to force you to do when you're reading? When you see that white space, it creates its dissonance, right? And you're going to want to know what that answer is. And then so what do? You're going to be asking yourself, and you're looking for clues when this is happening. Technology, things going on like what kind of cars people are driving, it'll clue you into the when. And then you might not know where because you're not asking that question, so you're not getting that answer. Remember I talked about the pug dogs? I started seeing pug dogs everywhere. Well, if you have questions, you read, there's a pug dog, there's a pug dog, there's a pug dog. The answers are always in front of you. Right? The answers are always there if we're looking for it. And so another way of mapping things out is putting the 4 major questions here and then going from there. You could do it for every chapter, Richard, if you like, or you could do it for the whole book, however you like. I have structure. All of my trainings, I give you structure, but I give you freedom, flexibility, because there's a science to it, but there's an art to it. There's a science to memory, encoding, storing, retrieving, but there also is an art to it of what feelings you want to associate, how you're going to imagine it, right? How creative you're going to get, coming up with pictures for names or numbers or languages or anything else that you need to. Same thing with digital books, right? It's just different. I really like physical books, but I'm biased because I'm just not looking for any excuse to use another device because I'm just kind of like fatigued with it. It's also kind of a little bit harsh on my eyes personally, but you could absolutely do everything we're doing here, you could do digitally also as well. I see the value of digital, especially when I travel. I read a lot, and even here I'm reading every day, but I'm not going to carry 6 books with me, on the plane. It's just not practical. So I love my Kindle, and then of course I get to, I listen to audiobooks also as well. So yeah, I have a million Kindle books. Feynman technique, yes, you could absolutely do that. You could learn it with the intention of teaching it, explain it to somebody as if you're 10 years old, they're 10 years old, right? You could simplify this. All the time when I'm sitting in a lecture like this, because I join a lot of, this is probably not the first thing you've ever, educational, empowering event you've ever done, right? It's not mine either. And I attend a lot of events, and I still am always learning. I'm always want to improve everything, the way I teach, what I'm teaching, how I'm teaching it also as well. And I'll do these things. I'll think about, how do I make this better? How do I teach somebody else this? How do I do all of these different things? And those questions, Kelly just brought 4 books out of her suitcase. That's amazing. You can underline. Yeah, in the quick reading program, we show you my notation system. We don't have time for it now, but some people highlight. How many of you highlight when you read nonfiction? Okay, I'm going to say this just because I've trained more people in this space than anybody in terms of reading. Some of you highlight too much. I'm just going to put that out there. And you open your book and it's like glows in the dark. And I'm just want to remind you, if you highlight everything, if everything is important, then nothing is important, just like your life, right? It's about priorities. And we, had an expert come on and talk about the one thing. Amazing, Jay Papasan. You'll get a recording of his book club. Another great book, The One Thing. One of the best productivity-focused books there is. I'm literally taking the world's best authors and experts in this space, and priority is always the word. It only became plural a few decades ago, because it was always just one. Priority is just one. And so the idea here is, if you make everything important, then nothing becomes important. So if you're highlighting every other sentence, that's not going to be very useful, because if everything is important, then literally nothing is important. So you could be very careful with that also as well. All right. We are going to reset right now and have a conversation that's going to be very tactical also as well. And we'll answer some of your questions, so you can keep them coming also as well. And at the top of the hour, I want to remind you, we're doing our final VIP for everybody who's joining us there also as well. So we're just going to take a 3-minute break. All right, so use this as a bio break. Use this as a brain break to hydrate, to move around, to activate your body. And we're going to finish strong, everybody. So I'll see you in 3 minutes.
Welcome back, Limitless community. We are in the home stretch, the top of the ninth. Give yourselves a round of an applause. You have done it. You have arrived. You started a 3-day virtual summit, being limitless, choosing to be limitless, learning to be limitless, embracing the possibility and now probability and, dare I say, certainty of living and experiencing your life limitlessly. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm just energized. I'm blown away by your engagement. I love and acknowledge your willingness to lean in and learn more on not just focus and energy, mind management, and all of the great technology that comes with the quick learning systems that Jim has been curating for years. Now, I want to take a look at the boards. As I'm looking up on the boards, who here has had a great time? Because I got to say, I love acknowledging people. That gives me a good sense of energy. So much energy that if I am able to see your energy jump through your screen, and I'm talking to you, Kelly and Conrad. Come on, let's go, Mr. Passmore. I want to see you feel it. I want to see that you're living it. Oh, Gerardo, I see the double. Oh my God, you know what? Raymond Ortiz in room 2, write us, info@quicklearning.com. I want to give you a quick value pack for playing along. Diane Gold, write me at info@quicklearning.com. Kim Kaysen, I see you. I want to declare you a winner of bringing that energy, young lady. Please write me, info@quicklearning.com. Let me take a look. I don't see any more. Rob Lakeman, are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? What's going on over there, Rob? Come on now. With such a grand mustache, I want to see some energy. Yes, Rob Lakeman, you win. info@quicklearning.com. And boys, I see you. I boom you back. I see you too, Elinat. Please write me, info@quicklearning.com. And Nicholas, I don't know if those are karate chops or yoga moves, but I'm going to acknowledge you, my final winner of bringing the energy, a limitless sense of it. Please write me, info@quicklearning.com. Because we want to make sure that we acknowledge people. Okay, Kara, you win. You know what? You snuck in there. Kara Anthony, she got up out of her seat. I don't know if you're going to lose your sense of self or wake up the neighbors. Kara, please write me, info@quicklearning.com, because you're our final winner. Milos is an honorable mention. So is Nancy. I see you guys. But we've got to get going because we're delighted. We're delighted at all those. I want to welcome Debbie, Scotty, Kelly. These folks have now entered the Limitless Mind System community. Let's give them a round of applause. We're so delighted and excited that they have taken advantage of an offer of a lifetime. This has not been a sales presentation. I don't know if you've been noticing that. This is not about why act now. That's not what it's been about either. This has been an offer. The offer to continue your learning experience of having a sense of limitlessness in your life and what you do. To, in fact, really embody and share with you the excitement for why I know Limitless is available to you all. I want to bring to the stage not only your brain coach, world best-selling author Jim Quick, who spent the past 3 days with you and has shared his limitless leaders with each of you in the comfort of your homes, but also will be joined by his CEO, our courageous leader, Alexis, and she's going to be joining Jim while they have a courageous conversation with you on what it means not just to lead limitlessly, but to live limitlessly. Let's all stand up. Let's get on your feet. That's right. Get to your feet. I want to see you all. I want to see you all just like you, Abdul and Jacob. Come on, Mel. Get on up, girl. I see Bella. Look, Beverly's even dancing and she's up on her feet, like Barbara and Gary and Joyce and Abdul and Benny and Ben, Gary and Joyce. Let's give ourselves the opportunity of welcoming to the stage Jim Quick and our dear friend, the CEO of All Things Quick Learning, Alexis Blanc.
Hey.
Fun. Have fun.
Thank you. Awesome. Great.
All right, this is going to be the highlight. I want to thank everybody who made it to the end. And I know this is going to be the beginning for many of you also as well. This is my privilege to introduce you to the brains behind our business, if you will. She's the reason why all of you are honestly here with us. We met over 17 years ago when she attended the speed reading class in 2007 with Jessica Ordner.
Yes.
Which is just, it seems like a lifetime ago, and it seems like it was yesterday. This is a real, it's a family for us. In fact, her brothers worked for us for 15 years, my sister the same amount of time. Alexis's husband is an AI expert, so if you get our newsletter and a lot of the stuff, we're designing a quick bot where we're feeding it all the amazing R training so that you could ask it 24/7. So we're building that out also. It's a big initiative for us to use AI to enhance your HI, your human intelligence. But yeah, let's give it up for Alexis Bank.
Oh, thank you. So excited to be here. Yeah, it's really, it's kind of surreal to be here and seeing everyone because I was where you were. I was one of the students, and it's truly an honor to be able to carry this mission forward to a greater audience, to have it become what it is
what's
today.
What's it like to be in front of, because you're always behind, the scenes. I'm kind of like,
I try to hide, yes.
Well, you're like my boss, the CEO. You run our company and the dozens of people that work for us that support this community. So I know you're not ever really on camera. We've done a couple of podcasts together.
Yeah.
Oh, many of you, it's funny, when we do book signings, she signs also because she's the voice of our audiobook. How many of you have Limitless on audio? Okay, many of you. So you notice our book is different than most all books. I read it, but then at the end, I have this conversation with Alexis, and we talk about going deeper in the content. So there's like 4 extra hours of content on our Limitless Expanded with you, going in the practice. And
yeah, I mean, it's been truly transformative, and I just wanted to share a little bit of the journey that we went through, because when we first got started, yes, I was one of the students when you had this, when you were training in your learning center.
Yeah.
And it was about like 15, 20 of us. And the only desire really was to get this out to as many people as possible. We didn't have any business plan. We didn't know what we were doing.
Neil says, yes, so happy Alexis signed the copy of my book.
Hi, Neil. Yeah, he's the best. So it's really exciting and fun to see the impact that we get to have that started out with just sheer passion of, because of the experience I had.
Why don't you maybe go into it? Like, where were you when before? Well, I mean, there's going to be some lessons here for sure, some real takeaways. But part of becoming limitless is understanding other people's journey, right? We all have a hero's journey. For us here, we talk about superhumans. Like literally, Scott was on Stan Lee's Superhumans. It was called Superhumans. And superhumans have superpowers, but also, what we really pride ourselves in bringing to you are just not only people who are superhuman in focus, math, whatever mindset, but they're also superhumans. Right, like I think we need more human beings that are kind, that are generous and capable. When we met, you had similar challenges like Jess. And it's interesting to note because she could do all the things I could do, some things even better when it comes to learning in terms of reading and remembering names and languages.
But you're still the best coach.
Yeah, I mean,
when it comes to teaching.
And some people are really good at things, but they can't teach it. I'm not just saying just because somebody is great at something doesn't mean they could translate that knowledge. Someone's great at piano or a great artist doesn't mean they consciously know how they're doing it. And so, we've really unpacked, even in the past 3 days, how to be great at it, right? Going to that conscious competence. Some people are unconsciously competent at math or focus or mindset or habits, but they're not consciously aware how they're doing it, so it's really hard to teach it if you just think it's just second nature because you've been doing it so long. It'd be I take lessons all the time. I have coaches for my didgeridoo. I'm learning how to do that. I have a boxing coach, also as well. So I'm also, and I do it. I'm learning how to fly a plane. I've taken 4 lessons because I want to remember what it feels like to not be able to do something. Because I take for granted everyone should be able to read faster. And sometimes if I teach this is so obvious, but if I when I'm on that plane, I'm memorizing everything, right? This whole list, everything, the whole checklist, everything, because I want to remember what it feels like to not know how to do something. And for a lot of your life, you felt that way where, I don't know how, I mean, this is family here. I mean, how raw you want to get, but it was, just similar to my brain injury. You came to the United States.
I mean, last night we had an amazing conversation, and sometimes, we forget because we are, so often surrounded by so many amazing people, our friends who are brilliant, what they do. So the conversations that we have, often it's deep, and we talk a lot about, brain states and how, even just thinking about our own thinking. So it's a very different kind of dynamic. And, I was thinking, wow, I wish, most people, like everybody could have this kind of conversation to really, truly learn deeper and have higher self-awareness, everything. But during the conversation, we were talking a little bit about our past. And I think because I've been so focused on the present and where I want to go, who I want to become, sometimes you kind of forget where you were. And I did remember that, yes, living on government housing, on food stamp when we first came here, my parents had to work at a factory for a green card. So I had very different, it's almost surreal to think about it now because it's so different. And growing up in that environment, it made me, I wasn't confident at all. So being a super introvert, not confident, and while I wanted to, I felt like I could do more.
Janice is saying that could be learning the Korean version of Limitless.
Very sweet.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Yeah, so it really got me to think about where I used to be, and some of the feelings, of course, now I've completely integrated this mindset of if someone's done it, I could do it too, and I always try to figure out how to do that. But it wasn't always like that. And it's just, even if someone showed me that you could do it, I wouldn't believe it. And I remember people even giving me compliments. People would say like, oh, you're so beautiful. I would immediately say, no, I'm not. And I would get so offended to a point where they felt uncomfortable giving me compliments. And I remember one day someone told me, you should just say, thank you. You don't have to get so offended. And I said, okay. But that was the reality. Like, you just could not believe, or I couldn't believe that I would be anything but, what I was experiencing.
How was school for you? Because when you came here, you didn't speak a word of English.
No.
Your parents obviously didn't either as well.
And being an introvert and my parents had a difficult time.
How many introverts are here? I'm definitely very introverted.
Yeah, I'm an introvert still, but
I can
go in and out.
But you're doing this because I know you want to serve.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What was school like then?
Well, not being able to speak the language in American school, it's not helpful. No. So getting good grades, it was really tough for a long time. And also because it took me a long time, like I was so afraid to make mistakes that I didn't put myself out there, and I didn't learn as fast as I could. And everyone used to make fun of me, like, oh, why aren't you speaking at least basic level of English after 1 or 2 years? All those kids are very fluent after a couple of years, but it took me about 6 years to get like a little basic conversational. So I thought maybe I'm just stupid. I don't know. Like why can't I do what other kids are doing? So that was very challenging, to say the least. But so I had a lot of delays because I didn't have the proper background. I didn't have the resource. I also didn't know what was possible. I mean, sure, I've seen other kids and other families, but that was not even like a reality that I was able to think about. So going through that, and I won't go into like a super detail of like all the stories, but finding out about learning, brain, memory. Sure, it's at first you think, oh, okay, I'm going to improve my memory. I don't know if I need to improve my memory, but let me try it. But it was mind-blowing. it wasn't just about memory. It showed me how my brain works. And I think that was the key, because when you know how your brain works, you can work your brain. And because, the memory really teaches you about the emotions, imagination, all those things.
How did you find out about this speed reading class back in 2007? Because you're not just a client, you're our CEO. Because so you run this, this mission. We've built schools, all over the world: Ghana, Guatemala, Kenya, charity, Alzheimer's research. A lot of things we're both passionate about.
Yeah.
Because of what it's interesting. Isn't it interesting how our struggles become strengths over time? And but how did we connect?
I found out about you through a VC in New York.
Venture capitalist?
Yes, a venture capitalist, because I wanted to, after school, I wanted to get into finance. I was like, okay, I want to be successful, and it just seemed like that's where all the successful people are. So I just went there without knowing.
You were studying pharmacy.
I was studying pharmacy, but that seemed a little bit boring, and maybe it didn't fit with my personality. So I just wanted something a little more dynamic, and not that I was getting into finance, but I wanted to learn more about the environment. So I had a couple of friends who were, studying finance.
So what did this venture capitalist in Manhattan say that made you enroll?
He knew that I wanted to succeed in finance world, and he said that if I want to be successful in business, I have to take Jim Quick's course.
Really?
And yeah, he's like, you have to take Jim Quick's class. And I asked, what is that? He said it's about memory and speed reading. I'm like, okay, I don't know how that's related to success, but okay. I respected him. So I Googled, and I found your class.
I love Google.
I was trying to sign up for a few days. And I think this is when you were just
I can honestly say, without Alexis, we would still just, and it's not just, but in the learning center that we have, we can only see a certain amount of clients. And, we're looking to certify coaches so they can instruct our content to help more people, because we get 100 requests a day for personal attention. Maybe some of you could be our future brain coaches, but we're formalizing, that curriculum. But it's one of those things. Back then, I guarantee you, 20 years later, we would just have that solo. Because as I mentioned earlier, I'm so not just introverted, but shy. I never every opportunity to franchise or have infomercials like Tony and Dean and all these other people, books, media appearances, I would say no. She's the one that brought us outside of that and was thinking even bigger, more limitless, and that's what a limitless learner does. How do we scale this impact, beyond just the classroom?
Well, I wasn't thinking that far. I mean, in the beginning,
but
I was blown away. Well, not so well, but I figured things out fast. And so I Googled my way through the initial, our membership site before there were membership sites.
Our friend Marie Forleo talks about this. I have two personal beliefs when it comes to learning and just living. That we are 100% responsible for our lives if it's useful for you to adopt this mindset. And the second one is everything is figure-outable. Our team subscribe, we sort and hire around that attitude that everything is figure-outable. And I've never met another person. I meet a good amount of people. Alexis just is determined to get over obstacles and solve problems. At our event where we had Quincy Jones in the audience, we brought him on stage, remember?
Yes.
How do you know who the music producer, Quincy Jones? Thriller, We Are the World, the most acclaimed, iconic, he's a dear friend, family member, if I would say, almost like our uncle. But we brought him on stage, and I asked him this question, tell me about your problems. I was like, everybody knows your successes. I want to know your hardships, your challenges, your problems. Yeah. And without a pause, he said, I don't have any problems. And I'm like, what? You're like 80 something. We all have problems. He's like, no, I have puzzles. He's like, I have a lot of puzzles. But even that mindset shift, and that's what we want to bring to more of the world. It's it's different. A problem just feels heavy. You might not be able to solve it, but a puzzle is fun. There's definitely a solution to a puzzle.
But I find problems fun too. So
Well, you love resistance.
It gets into, but I wasn't always like that. It's not like I was going out and looking for, it. And also I was fearful of having problems. But I think once you understand how you learn, how you work, and you understand your capacity, you push that boundary a little bit further to a point where it's like, okay, there's a problem. I know I'll figure it out. And it takes time to get there, but it's doable. And I think part of the big passion that we have right now, it's really because I've seen the effect of it, and I know how it transforms over time. And it gets, like, just when you think you've seen enough and you learned enough, it's like there's a whole new level of understanding, learning, and that inner power that comes out, and it's truly magnificent. And I can't even describe it in words. And I think it's our passion and our mission to really be able to deliver this in a way where it's faster for people to get to that point. Because I would love for everyone to feel, what I'm feeling. And does that mean I don't have any problems or challenges? Absolutely not. But I think the team knows very well, no matter what happens, I'm that, I always try to be that the voice of reason and let people know that it's okay. We'll go through it. We'll figure it out. And I think it's embodying that. And I don't just say it. It's just I really feel it. And you become the person who brings this energy of possibility because you believe in yourself and others to be able to figure things out.
And you're a model of, I always say the life you live are the lessons you teach. Going through this transition of your career, you're the mother of two amazing kids, a son and daughter who are just like, these kids they're exhibiting an amazing amount of potential. But part of it is nature, but I would argue that genius is not born, that genius is built.
Yes.
It's built through training, through support, through accountability, through discipline, also as well.
Absolutely.
So how do you balance all of these things? I know you have a framework where it's that you subscribe to. You read as much as I read, right? And so you're always processing information, but you also have an amazing ability to synthesize this information and make it practical for individuals. Maybe we could talk about one of the frameworks, maybe a basic framework. A framework is a lens you could look at the world to be able to look at problems or look at situations and be able to navigate it better, right? And part of what we're doing is giving you patterns of genius, right? And we're creating a circle of genius, COG. Oh, it's a cognition, COG. Circle of genius right here in this community where we share these ideas to help make your life. Again, our mutual friend, Joe Polish, who we've had on the podcast, he's written a lot of books, and he is one of the biggest masterminds out there for business. ELF, easy, lucrative, and fun. And then we design everything to be easier for you, to read faster, to focus, to have confidence, to be more productive, to improve your memory, lucrative. Every single thing we tie back to your lifestyle and how you get rewarded for having these traits. And then fun, this is something recent, just adding more joy to the process. Learning doesn't have to be stale. Professional development, personal development doesn't have to be the kind of like stale information overload, paralysis by analysis.
I'm definitely more interested in mental models these days because I've always been behind the scene, but as I'm coming a little bit more in front of the camera with our podcast and everything, it forced me to, I try to avoid it because I absolutely hate speaking in front of people. It's weird to say, but
you should tap on that.
Yes, I've tapped on it a lot. By the way, tapping is amazing. I do that often.
I use the app every day.
Yeah, and it's the, but I like challenges and I like pushing boundaries now. Again, it didn't start out that way, but when you get to a certain point, it kind of becomes fun because you're blown away by what you can do. So eventually you're like, okay, I want to see what else I can do. What's one thing that I hate the most? Speaking in front of people. So why don't I try to tap on it and tackle that fear and phobia that I had. And I know where it came from. It came from school, not speaking the language, being called in front of the class, trying to read a passage in the book. I had no idea what I was doing, and I almost fainted. I remember seeing like white spots and turning like white, and that anchored into my brain. And sometimes I know there's nothing wrong, that I'm in a safe place, I'm around amazing people. Even then, it's just the automatic response, this nervous system that gets triggered because it's so hardwired into our system. And it's really fascinating.
Rebecca, Tati, there's so much love here, so thank you for the
thank you so
encouraging
much.
words.
It's just, and I had to, when I forced myself to do the thing that I absolutely hate the most, it also forced me to think a lot about my own thoughts, because I learned a lot, but I didn't have a way to really organize it in a way where I can transfer it to someone else. So I started to, as I started going deeper and deeper into it, I'm like, wow, you know what, that's a really good point. Maybe that would be better fit for this point. And I started mapping things out, and I started to get more and more into mental models, framework, and I was like, I understand why this is really helpful. It's about, recognizing the pattern and packaging the pattern in a way other people can understand simply. I'm still going through the process right now, because I don't think I simplified it enough. But I think it was Einstein who said, if you can't explain it to a 5-year-old, you truly don't understand it. So I was like, okay, I must make it.
This is true. It's kind of like
I must make it even simpler.
This is a little thing I have. I have a kind of a chip on my shoulder just because I put so much money into our own research and understanding that people make things sometimes way more complex than it needs to be.
Yes.
And
I have a
agree.
habit of doing
Anybody
that.
can make things more complex, but making it elegant.
And it's not even complexity, because your mind, my mind just goes into so many different directions. I feel like the idea is incomplete if I don't explain everything. But I was like, okay, no, but I can't get into that. So I'm still learning. I'm still learning through this process, and I'm working to get better. And that's why I agreed to come out here and even share some of my story, because it's really, and I don't want to say just inspiration or anything. It's something that it's hard to explain in words until you really experience it for yourself. It's one of those things.
I'll say that. The biggest challenge that we've had with the work that we do, and you hear testimonials, we have thousands of them, but it's trying to explain, be able to focus and having that confidence to be able to show up, be able to read and be able to do all these things with your mind. Even that, one of the testimonies we were here, it wasn't just I read 14 books. It's I lost all this weight. I'm able to walk 5 miles without assistance instead of using my buggy. My metabolic age is 30 years younger. I'm doing all this stuff. There's this ripple effect that we expand. There is this phrase that I subscribe to, and I'm acknowledging you for coming in front of these countless individuals from around the world, because it could be very intimidating. The treasure you seek is hidden in the work you avoiding. The treasure,
Absolutely.
and I would say this to maybe you could relate to this, personally. The treasure you seek is hidden. The magic you're seeking in life is often hidden in the work that you're fearful of taking on, right?
Yeah.
And you've heard me say this. I spent a lot of time at senior centers, maybe because I lost my grandparents at such an early age, and I'm there. I help polish off their memories, but I also learned so much wisdom. Right. In our culture, we really edify and have so much respect for people that are older than us. And I also heard a lot of regret. You can imagine when people are taking their final breaths. I mean, I heard regret I didn't pursue this relationship because what other people would think. Right. Or I heard, some of these seniors saying that, I pursued a certain career path because that was expected of me by my parents or what have you. And regret, they say discipline weighs ounces, regret weighs tons. And I want to remind everybody, it's not a positive thought experiment, but if you were to fast forward to the end of your life and you're taking your final breaths, none of other people's opinions are going to matter. They're just not. Literally not going to matter 1 ounce. None of other people's expectations are going to matter. None of your fears are even going to matter. What's going to matter is how you learned, how you laughed, how you loved, how you lived, right? And so, we have this one life here, and why aren't we running towards our dreams and our goals and our own limitless potential as if we were on fire, right? Because again, growth can be scary, learning can be hard, but nothing is as hard and scary as being stuck somewhere you don't belong, And so our team's life purpose is to help people get unstuck and give them the map, optimize their vehicle, and provide the guides in the car and the community around us to be able to go. And I really do believe, how do you become limitless in a limited world? We do it together.
Yes.
We're talking about frameworks.
Yeah.
Maybe you could share something we just did on a podcast about one
Yeah.
of the frameworks that really have served you in this.
So this is going to come out later, so you get a little preview in advance. So it's
People are commenting about my socks. Yes, these are brain socks. I'm kind of creepy like that.
very cool. And, so when you're just explaining about getting over a certain fear and everything, going through this process, I realized there's syntax, so there's sequence, and a lot of times we don't understand why certain things aren't happening right away. It's like, okay, I believe I can do it, but how come I'm not seeing the results right away? Because there's process, and certain things have to happen in order to,
like a phone number or a combination lock. You could have
Yeah.
the same 10 digits for a phone number, but if you just switch them out, still same numbers, but you're not going to get the end result. Or a combination lock, if you just reverse a couple, they could have the right elements, but if the sequence isn't in order,
Yeah.
you're not going to get the result.
So, we don't have time to go into like a full master class here, but I do want to just give like a brief overview of the syntax. You talk about this in your talks often. It's the syntax of success, which is be, do, have, share. And everything, when you understand how you learn something, it doesn't matter whether it's your memory or speed reading or how to be creative. We have courses to teach you that, but those are just, one of the aspects that you can use to see how you learn. So all the principles of how you learn and certain process, the syntax is very similar across the board. And so once you learn how to do one thing, you can apply that to fitness, finance, other things that the pattern is very similar. So the pattern of change is similar. And that's what we talk about with the syntax. It's be, do, have, share. And be is, what you talk about with belief, mindset. That has to change. Your identity the way you identify yourself has to change. Okay, I'm a reader. I have a great memory. I'm a lifelong learner. All that has to, and you have to really believe it and feel it. And once you feel that first step and getting rid of limiting beliefs and shifting your mindset, then you go into the doing part. So the doing part, it's what we teach. It's the accelerated learning, because you have to learn a lot. This is the, I have 2 parts under doing component, which is the learning and experimenting phase. And then there's, habits and creating consistency phase. So during the learning and experimenting is you try to learn as much as you can on that subject. So for me, like now, I want to elevate, my leadership skills and get better at doing that, becoming a better leader and truly growing people from within, so that it's not just the business or the company, but everyone on the team gets better because of it. And I want to learn about that. So now I'm reading all the leadership books, classic to new, back to back. I do read a lot. I was not like that before. I actually finished my first book after a quick reading course. It's embarrassing to say.
First book of your whole life?
First book, finished from cover to cover. And then now it's funny. It didn't happen overnight. It took almost 20 years, because I've been doing this for a long time. But now, when I'm on the plane or anything, I have to read. And my friends make fun of me.
Is that the doing part?
Well, yeah, because I'm learning. I'm trying to learn about everything that I can learn on this subject, and I forgot a book at home, and I had to like run when I was going through the airport. I had to like buy a book to read on a plane because I just couldn't stand, spending the time watching a movie. So that's how like crazy I got. But I was not like this before. So like reading a book, forget about it. But so doing is the learning and experimenting part. So experimenting is, as you're learning, you will see some of those key ideas, and also going through our courses, you'll see some of the key ideas like, oh, this is good. And you experiment and see what kind of results you get. It's like, okay, did that feel good? Did that make sense?
Yeah.
Did that give me good results? You're rapid experimenting. And
a big part, besides learning, unlearning, relearning, is our feedback loops.
Yes.
We say feedback is the breakfast of superheroes. And there's no failure, there's just failure to learn something. And so in the doing phase, you're practicing speed read. You're getting feedback, whether it's working or it's not working. You're getting feedback from your friends who you're talking about your book. And it tells you whether or not, you're asking like when your leadership course is coming out.
You guys are so funny.
We're co-authoring a book for children. And it's because I'm just so amazed, and I get to work with a ton of children over my career in different countries, and Alexis's kids. I don't want to make it too personal. But our son, we're doing so much research right now into children's development, and I realize it's not how smart they are; it's how are they smart.
Yeah. But, and under this doing umbrella, it's that learning, experimenting, your rapid. Just experimenting to see what makes sense. So the goal is to find key ideas that will give you 80% of the results. You don't need a lot. You really need like a handful of key needle movers that you can integrate. And once you find certain things that, okay, this feels good, this is doable, I can integrate this, then you go into the second component of doing, which is the consistency and building new habits with those key ideas. And that falls under the doing part. And once you do that, you move into have, because that's when you will see results. Once things become consistent and habitual, it doesn't have to be every day, but it's integrated into your life.
I always
You're doing
tell people, if you're persistent, you could achieve it. But if you're consistent, you can keep it.
Yes.
Right. If you're persistent, you can make a certain amount of money, but if you're not going to keep that money unless you're consistent. If you're persistent, you could get a certain body mass index, but if you're not consistent, you definitely won't keep it either. So it's the difference between something being attainable and sustainable. So even when we design our programs for those of you who join us for Limitless Mind, it's like bite-sized 15 minutes, and little by little, you've all heard the idea of doubling a penny, right? That if you double a penny, you have day one, you have like, day one 2 cents, and then 4 cents, and 8 cents, and 16 cents, 32, and 60. I'm like mental math again. But the idea here is after 30 days, you have millions of dollars.
Yeah.
But you don't see that because it's like da-da-da-da-da, and then bam.
Well,
right?
so I want to get to that part. So when you talk about be, do, have, share, so doing is the part where you find key ideas, experiment, learn, experiment, find key ideas, habit, and then you start to see, that's when you start to see some results. And then you start to have the results. And when you start to have the results, you can add intensity and longer duration. This also applies to focus too, because I can focus for hours. I can,
but you train.
I train to
but you've been doing
become
this a
that
long
way.
time. You
Yes.
train yourself.
So I train myself to do that. That was not the case starting out. But that's why once you have it, once something becomes habitual, you can apply intensity and greater consistency. And then that's when things start to exponentially scale. And that's when you'll see exponential results. Things are compounded. You're like, oh my God, this is crazy. And you really get to experience at like a full emotional level, and you embody it. And once you embody it, that's when you can. The share is the last part. And we had a team call recently, and I was telling our team too, this is how we want to build our company culture too. It's not just about, doing the task and everything, but how do we truly grow in a way where they can see exponential results in their current role so that they can mentor someone else. And sharing, it's about sharing what you learned, what you experienced. I really truly believe that the fulfillment and meaning comes from the ability to share and give back. And if you're learning with the intention of giving back and sharing, that whole process becomes even more magical.
And how's your brain right now compared to where it was in its 20 and 30? Like, I'm 51 and I measure everything, and I'm better than I ever was in my 20s, so far. And I was really, I was doing corporate training when I was 20 years old to people 3 times my age. But even following this system, we could grow older, but we could grow better. And now, how do you feel compared to 10, 15 years ago?
Well, I just turned 40, and I know I'm in the best shape of my life. I did have, brain fog and mommy brain after having kids, but when you intentionally train it, it does get better. And I feel that my level of focus, all of that priority management, that has gotten so much stronger and better after. Because when you know what to focus on and how to get your brain back on track, it's really, really helpful. So I think I'm I don't even, sure, it's fun being carefree in the past, but I really don't miss it at all. For me, I'm looking forward to.
We feel like we're just getting started. How many of you feel like you're just kind of getting started? That this is a great way to renew ourselves, renew our spirit, renew our minds, take care of our bodies.
Yeah.
I feel like, again, there's a version of yourself that's patiently waiting. And the goal is, build yourself a map, get some guides, and then you could accomplish amazing things. And I think we need to celebrate that also as well. And I want to celebrate all of you, because a lot of us don't appreciate the joy and really acknowledge our own growth. So the fact that you've been with us for the past 3 days, acknowledge, because we're so easy to be harsh with ourselves or say negative things about ourselves. But at the very least, fairly, we should spend an equal amount of time, celebrating the things that we're doing right. And in the spirit of celebration,
oh my
your
goodness.
40th birthday.
Another cake, you guys. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday. What is that? To our listeners.
Oh, wow.
Let's give her a hand. Look at that. Is that a brain on that?
This is amazing.
Can somebody take a picture and tag Alexis? It's Alexis Bank.
Thank you.
B-A-N-C. That's amazing.
Oh, my goodness.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much, you guys.
This will be the best decade.
Thank you.
Make a wish.
What a best way to celebrate your birthday. This is I have the best team, truly. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
really.
Alana.
Oh my gosh. So incredible. Well, that was unexpected, but thank you.
Yeah, no,
really.
happy 40th.
It means a lot. And this is really, I do feel like this is the beginning, and I think there's so much more. And I saw in the comments before that, just starting at 57 or 74, it really doesn't matter. I really think it's never too late to start. It's great if we can teach this to our children much earlier. And I try to plant seeds in my kids' brains all the time, every day, little nuggets here and there, so they have certain points that they can focus on.
Thank you for posting the pictures in the chat.
That's very sweet. But yeah, it's never too late to start. And sometimes I wish I can just bottle whatever I'm feeling every day, because I'm really good at generating my own energy now, that it doesn't matter what is happening externally. I can always get into the space to get things done.
It's a reminder that you are stronger than anything
stronger.
that you're facing.
Because I wasn't always like this. So my biggest dream is how do we capture this feeling and just give it to everybody? Just transfer it to everyone. I wish I could just upload, into everyone's, heart
when I
and
explain
mind.
to how fast people can learn, and with the ease, not frantic, even reading's not frantic fast.
Yeah.
There's this ease. Just like if you're physically fit, climbing a hill, it's like ease, right? We all use 100% of our body. We all use 100% of our brain. But it's just some of us, use it a little bit differently, and some people are more physically fit or mentally fit. And I want everyone to experience the level of confidence and peace that comes from having these abilities that are just, most people are, it's dormant because they've never had a coach or a system or in school or wherever that showed them what they truly are. So a big part is just of what we're doing is remembering who you are.
Yes.
That, you know, it's remember that time in your life where you didn't think you could survive? You remember that time? You know, and if you're here, you did, right? And you will again. And I want to remind you, whether you join this program or not, that you are enough. Not because you bought something or taught something, not because you created something or started something. You're enough because you always have been, and you always will. That doesn't mean we can't do more or be more or have more to be able to share. I feel like everything in nature has to grow, right?
Yes.
Everything in nature is green or it grows, or if it's brown, it rots. Everything in nature also has to give back to the environment. Otherwise, it's eliminated. And so, you know, I think everybody here wants to be a grow giver. The event date is, we're about to sign this contract, looks like it's going to be March 7th, 8th, and 9th.
And because, can I explain why?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, March 8th is International Women's Day. And of course, because, you know, it's, we all know, like, female brains are different because of our hormones, everything. And we wanted to have a day around female brain, brain performance and health.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have everything else on 7th and 9th, but we wanted to dedicate the day and have our amazing female brain speakers who are
we've had
really great at what they
everyone
do.
in our podcasts and our events. Dr. Lisa Mosconi, who's
Yeah.
a nutritionist and a neuroscientist. We've also had, you know, Dr. Mindy talking about intermittent fasting. You know, we've had the glucose goddess on our podcast.
Yes.
We've also had people talking specifically about the female brain. You know, and having lost my grandmother to Alzheimer's, again, women are twice as like experiencing Alzheimer's than men.
And also,
A good friend of mine, Maria Schreiber, who hosted our media book party in Manhattan, she also endorsed Limitless. She has an amazing foundation that we support called the Women's Alzheimer's Movement. And so we're just very passionate. So we're going to do whole segments for the women in our community to
Yes.
up-level their learning
I want to
and
have
life.
like the nice, you know, pink brain, everything. And this is not a regular conference. We're not looking at, you know, hotel ballrooms or convention centers. You know, we are really truly wanting to make this a creative, magical experience, because we all know brain learns best when it's having fun and it's learning in creative environment. So we wanted to bring the magic of learning. It's, yes, you'll learn a lot of things, but it's an experience. And we learn through creating memories, having fun, and it'll be like an art entertainment meeting, brain training.
What I promised to everybody, this will be an event that you will always remember, pun intended. It'll be education. We'll bring you the best experts in the world, sharing the best research practically. It'll be entertaining. We're going to make this so fun. There'll be leaderboards, puzzles, like team things, and you'll learn the best when you don't realize you're learning. The 3 E's: education, entertainment, and then empowerment.
Yes.
Right? Because sometimes education is very bland, or entertainment is very exciting, but there's no substance to it. But when you meld the two, then you have real empowerment, and that's really the goal. We'll not only teach you accelerated learning, but we're going to be doing it with you. The memory course is not part of the Limitless Mind system. The Limitless Mind system is a program unto itself. The memory course is our gift to you for enrolling during this broadcast, and that's a 31-day. It's our #1 program. It's the #1 memory program in the world. 31 days to master your memory. And so I recommend when you enroll, you'll get access to both. If I was to choose, I would go through the memory program first, because you'll blow your mind. Like, in terms of, I'll get you memorizing things, languages. I mentioned technical information like the periodic table, all within week 1.
Yes,
and
it's
so
really
from there,
amazing.
and that's just, we just go up from there.
And we'll have fun.
Wants to know what your Roger wants to know what your brain code is. What animal?
Oh.
If you were to guess, it's interesting. So for those of you who don't know, the brain animal, my brain animal, are the 4 brain archetypes just like there's personalized medicine that we were talking about earlier, based on a test, the DNA test. There's personalized nutrition based on a microbiome test or nutrient profile test. We created a 4-minute assessment that I've been using with clients for a long time. They pay a lot of money for it. You could take it for free, text it to your friends, your family. It's 4 minutes. mybrainanimal.com. Maybe somebody could put it there, and you'll see what brain animal, what your dominant brain type is. And it's code, C-O-D-E. C is cheetah, and their primary trait is action, right? They don't think, they just do.
Okay. We can get so
no,
much into it. Okay.
The O is I know, I have so much to, I could do this for like hours and days and that's why I love this event, because it's an all-day affair. It's not 3 short days.
It will be
it's
fun.
Like morning to night. The O are owls. Dominant trait is logic. They need the data. The D is dolphins. They're a visionary, right? And they have a lot of passion behind their vision. They're very creative. They see pattern recognition. And the E are elephants. Their dominant trait is empathy. And they're very compassionate. And by the way, we had our team take this assessment, and 100% of our customer experience team are what animal? They're elephants. Because they're our community builders. They're the ones that want you to feel seen and heard. They want to reconcile issues. Our CFO, our financial officer, is a owl, all about the data, needs to see the numbers every day. I'm actually elephant owl, because I test, because I can also see the data, primary and secondary, because I have this empathy, because I was bullied and shy. I would just watch people. I would feel their pain. I think it makes me a better teacher, but I also love the logic and the research. And people guess correctly.
Some people guess correctly. I think I gave myself away when I was explaining the conference, because I'm a dolphin, so I have to have the
very interesting.
I like the creativity, and
you created the vision behind what we do in building better, brighter brains. No brain left behind. 1 billion brains.
And also sometimes, talking about the brain, it can sound very boring and heady, and I never understood that. I love the brain. I think it's the most fascinating thing in the world, truly. And I've always been so fascinated, even way before this work. And I didn't understand why people always make it so boring. I'm like, this is like the most magical thing. We should bring magic into brain learning. So yes, I'm a dolphin. All right.
Richard, you want to join us? I want to.
Round of applause for Jim.
Thank you so much.
I mean, come on, guys. What an amazing story that you've shared. I mean, it's not every day that you get to get vulnerable, share your story, your path, the journey, and hear in the same sentence all of the role in which you played, no matter how reluctant she was to let a coach in, how remarkable of your partnership and the community that you've built, not just here inside the Limitless Learning 3-day virtual summit, but around the world, across 100 countries, dozens of languages, millions of lives touched. So again, one more time, let's put a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Alexis and Jim, shall we?
Let's give you a round of applause, everybody who's made it to the end here with us. I can't underscore that sometimes we get in our own way and we don't honor how far we've come. Like, I'm not big at looking at the past, other than if you do look in the past, recognize how far you've come, right? And projecting into the future, kind of like the X-Men movie, going in the future, coming back. Just imagine 5 years goes by, and imagine your life is exactly the same. Now, how do you feel about that? If you were to go 5 years ahead and your life is exactly the same, how would that honestly make you feel? Hell no, not good, sad. And I just want to remind you that, life is the C between B and D. Birth, death, life, C, choice. There's certain choices that we make, and the sum total of all the choices we make. And so I want to remind you of your own personal agency. And if you're here, I promise you it's not by accident. It's not a coincidence and this group is so, that's why I love, and I'll do this I'll be doing this for decades more, is because this is what fuels us. Passion is what lights you up. Purpose is how you use your passion to light somebody else up. Learning, the brain is my passion. It's our passion, teaching people how to learn and use their brain lights them up, so it becomes a purpose. But I'm just saying, you don't have to get this right, and not everything's perfect. And I want to remind you, if you're here, you don't have to make everyone else happy. You don't have to, because I know a lot of you, because I've talked to many of you and I see the chats. You're the one people go to because you're the caregiver at work or in family or maybe your friend circle. And I'm just saying, for those of you who decide to go further, that this is not the end. This is just the beginning of this journey. That we are capable of more, and it doesn't have to be stressful. You know, and you hear that in the video, that life is like an egg. If an egg is broken by an outside force, that life is end. But if an egg is broken by an inside force, life begins. And if you're with us still, you know that greatness, life, begins on the inside. You know, and you have everything that you need inside of you already. You know, and I have coaches. Everything that we teach, we do. We buy the books. You know, I don't just write books. I buy more books than anybody.
I have mentor too now.
Yeah, you've
because
had a
now,
CEO
like, you know, to get to the
mentor
next level, I needed to have a mentor, and it's truly life changing. I didn't know how impactful it truly is.
And you've been coaching me for
Yes.
the 3 days that I was here.
Yeah, and I'm
Yes,
I'm
and
saying
we're
that
all
we
learning.
nobody does it by themselves. That's all, and
Yeah.
you don't have to be alone. And so, you know, I look forward to continue this journey. I want to thank you for playing absolutely full out. It means the world. I want to thank you for honoring my business partner of 17 years, Alexis, and I want to say thank you to the entire team, the studio here that made all this possible, the team around the world, including the ones that are online with us right now. And, you know, I really do believe that we could redraw the borders and boundaries if possible. Because where's this map taking us that we're building for you? It's this discovery of realizing and revealing really who we are. And when I say remembering, yes, remember facts, figures, foreign languages, all the stuff that we teach, but remember who you are, right? I mean, this is the thing. That's why I want every single time to give you a little nugget, kind of chips away on this exterior armor and reveals our authentic self that we're almost scared to acknowledge sometimes. You know, so celebrate yourself. Thank you for being on this journey with us. I look forward to meeting you, many of you in person. And God bless everybody.
Thank you, and we'll continue with our VIP Q&A in a few minutes.
And before we do, can we give away a couple of prizes? Is that okay with you guys?
Yes.
I want to announce that Kay Dodds. Where's Kay Dodds? Kay Dodds, you're the winner of a Jim Quick Limitless.
Do we have a winner?
I think she's there. Gift package.
Oh, great.
And Sandy Wallace. Sandy Wallace, you're also a winner. Absolutely. Big round of applause.
Can we give a hand also to Richard Dolan
Yes.
For holding
He's
space?
He's a superhero, really.
entire time.
He's been crazy in the background, and he's been holding it all together. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you,
we're going to take a
everybody.
short little break, and we'll be right back with the VIP Q&A live and in person for all VIPs for the Limitless 3-day virtual summit. It comes to an end for all of you but the VIPs. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Hi, Barb.
Hi, Jim. I have more of a statement than a question. I wanted to thank you on behalf of my entire family. I met you last July, and since then I have quick-eyed my life. I have lost 128 pounds. I start my day every day with berries and blueberries instead of bagels and cream cheese like in the old days. I have retired. I've gone off of I've done 26 medications in a mobility scooter and a lift chair. I now walk 5 miles a day. I do 10 minutes of cardio twice a day. And I have done the productivity, the quick reading, quick learning, memorization. I've become a whole new person thanks to Jim Quick. So I just wanted to take a minute to thank you and your entire team. I've read like 14 books. I'm a whole new person because of you. So I can't thank you enough. My whole family thanks you enough. Chemically, my physician checked me when I first began this. When I first met you, and I told him how awesome you were, and my metabolic age was 84. Now my metabolic age is 65. My physical age, however, is only 73. So you have given me not only a better life, but a longer life, and I can't thank you enough for everything.
I got goosebumps. That means everything. And I want to just I appreciate the thanks, but you did all the work. It's just amazing. So,
But without you, I could never have been motivated to do the work.
Thank you.
I mean, seriously, So for anyone who's sitting on the fence thinking, should I become a member? Should I stick with this? Should I keep doing these things? Oh, please keep with it. You owe it to yourself. I meet people in the grocery store. I remember their names. I know them when I go again. And I don't live in a super small town. Jim, I can't thank you enough. You have changed my life. I will be living longer. And now I'm getting my whole family on board. So they're going to live longer too. Big cyber hug. Thank you, and Jenna and Faye and everyone so very much.
You made our day, our month, and thank you. That means everything.
You have greatness inside of you that's waiting to be awakened. Your life is like an egg. If an egg is broken by an outside force, life ends. But if an egg is broken by an inside force, guess what? Life begins. Imagine spending just 15 minutes a day for the next 21 days with me virtually at your convenience, where I take you through each step of dispelling your limiting beliefs, getting clear on the vision of your future self, and integrating simple tactics that give you greater results so you can grow to give back and support those around you. You will be equipped with mental models for not only surviving, but thriving in the world of digital distraction and overwhelm, creating sustainable mental energy, and having learning strategies at your fingertips to save you time and live more of your purpose. This is what just some of our Limitless Minds students have to say.
It applies to everything. Teaches us how to use our brains, how to exercise our brains. As an actress, I go through a lot of scripts. So memorizing my scripts, understanding my scripts, breaking them down with the who, what, when, where, and why, and how that's helped. And a lot of this stuff are things you're taught almost as a child that we forget as adults, and we forget how it applies to everything we're doing in our everyday life, especially in our careers.
I was really humbled by his approach and his ways and his kindness, and now spending 2 days with him just reaffirms that he's one of the few in the world that we would love to spend a lot of time with. I think that the simplicity he brings to the process is just shocking, even though it's extremely effective. So I would say that it's a no-brainer. It's amazing to be with an individual who actually cares and wants you to improve and really up your game to whatever level you would like to go. There's no pressure on or no benchmarking. It's just you versus you.
I basically heard Jim Quick and what he was doing, and I decided I wanted to actually kind of do a deep dive and just kind of immerse myself in the learnings, actually. I think what's helped me the most during this intensive event is just learning strategies and things that I didn't know existed that have given me a whole new perspective about learning, actually. I came specifically because I wanted to learn about speed reading, I wanted to learn about memorization, but I got so much more than that. There's, in my opinion, very few people that are really masters at what they do, and they've spent years and decades and not only thousands of dollars on learning and research, but hours and hours. And so it's a very rare occasion to actually be able to be with someone in a very intimate environment and have them just share personally, specifically for you and your needs and the other group of people that are there with you. So it's just a unique occasion. I think there's very few people that, if you can find yourself, and Jim's definitely one of them.
I really admire all of the work that he has done to help people really maximize their potential and to believe in themselves. This is an area I work with soldiers and veterans, and many of those soldiers and veterans return from war with a mild traumatic brain injury that may be undiagnosed. And so some of the memory techniques that I learned from Jim at an earlier conference really inspired me to learn more about how to develop and rejuvenate and rebuild our brains. So this was a perfect opportunity for me to learn more so that I can then teach more.
I'm a huge believer in mindset, so I love when Jim reminds us, listen, you have a good memory, you just have to work on it. You just have to work it like any other muscle in our body. So I would highly recommend this. I do recommend it. I've already told probably 20, 30 people, like, hey, we're getting older, not that we're old. We have to work at our memory. We have to focus on it and practice it. And I have gotten so much better at names. And I really do think that people feel valued when you use their name.
As I mentioned, your success is our success. So thank you for joining our Limitless community and attending the Limitless Learner Virtual Summit. I look forward to being your coach and supporting your transformation with the Limitless Mind System. I look forward to seeing you in